Welcome everybody to this evening's meeting of the Planning Committee. I am Councillor Craig Owen and I am Vice Chair of the committee in the chair for this evening. Please be aware that this meeting is being filmed, live streamed and will be uploaded to the Council's YouTube channel. Can I start by inviting members and officers to introduce themselves, please, starting with Councillor Bowring.
Thank you, Chair. Councillor Dan Bowring, representing Simon Brentford Lock.
Thank you. Councillor Darshan Nagi, Hounslow Heath.
Good evening, everybody. Councillor Alistair Dissa from Hounslow West.
Councillor Vikram Garwal, Chiswick Gunnersbury.
Councillor Adesh Parmana, Bedford Ward.
Councillor Catherine Dunn.
Councillor Scott Hill, Hounslow South.
Councillor Tony Lukey, Ossling Spring Grove Ward.
Guy Lambert from Brentwood West.
I'm Bill Lee, clerk to the committee.
Thank you. Councillor Mike Dennis from Chiswick Homefields Ward.
Councillor Pamela Rodriguez from Hounslow Central.
Councillor Conrad Brown, Hanworth Village.
Jimmy Walsh, the legal advisor to the committee.
Matthew Rees, Head of Development Management.
Jackie Lang, Planning Officer.
Joanna Wu, Principal Transport Planner.
Thank you. Are there any apologies for absence that anybody's aware of?
Councillor Pritam Garawal has sent apologies.
Great, thank you.
Councillor Adrian Page will be here in about 5 minutes. He's just running slightly late.
Thank you. Moving to item 2, declarations of interests. If members have any interests or communications that they've had to declare for this evening's applications, please say. Councillor Lambert.
Gunnersbury used to be in my ward until 6 years ago, so I know the people there quite well. And I've met on many occasions with David Bowler, who's the CEO, and I met him early in this discussion. It didn't make any difference to my view, but it let me understand some of what was being proposed. I've also responded, I've engaged with a number of people who've written to me and responded to them, so thanking them for what they've said and saying I'll take it on into account, which I will.
Great, thank you. Any others? Councillor Gowell.
Thank you, Chair. To declare that I'm a councillor in Chiswick Gunnersbury Ward. I've made comments in the past when there was a previous, the original application of it being a 10-year application in the public realm, just like others as well. But just to be abundantly clear, I'm determining this application purely on planning merits. Had no previous views one way or the other on it that will come into account with my view today. It's purely on what's in front of me and what the applicant and people will say tonight.
Thank you. Councillor Bowring.
Yes, Chair. I've received a large volume of emails, both in favour and objecting. I don't know if this needs to be declared, but I'll just be safe and sorry. I was chair of the licensing panel when the licence was granted for Gunnersbury Park.
Great, thank you. Councillor Dunn.
Yeah, I've received correspondence on item 4 and attended a site visit with officers. And for item 6, I have attended a site visit with the promoter and also a online presentation with the promoter. This was before I was on the planning committee. It was a while back and it was very interesting, but things have changed since then, and at no point did I sort of predetermine. I've still got an open mind tonight.
Great. Thank you. Any others?
I've received emails as well in favour and against the application.
On item 6, I've attended a dinner in favour of the third runway of Heathrow. I don't know if that's in any way relevant, but okay.
Councillor Page, did you have your hand up?
Okay, yeah. Item 4, I live a mile and a half away.
Councillor Farmerhand.
Yeah, I received lots of emails regarding Gunsbury Park application.
Councillor Hill.
Well, for completeness, so have I. I think most of us have received them directly.
I counted the ones that I received, Chair, and there were 69. I tried to reply to a lot of them, but the computer broke.
Yeah,
And also the data center item as well. I've received correspondence on that.
Thank you. Councillor Gowell again.
Thank you, Chair. Just like everyone else, I received numerous emails. I didn't count them, but I can confirm that I didn't reply to a single one.
Okay. Councillor Nagy.
I've received quite a few emails, but I've not responded to any one of them, and I'm not.
Councillor Bowring.
Sorry, yeah, just to add, I've received 2 emails from the applicant on item 6.
Great. Councillor Dessar.
Thank you, Chair. Same as for me as well, I received couples of email, but the thing, I was out of the country, and that's why I could not. Sorry.
Councillor Lambert.
Me too for 6. I got a letter, or 2, I think.
Any others? Yeah. I think we've all received emails about the Grimsby Park application. I too should declare that I've been on a site visit as well, in terms of agenda item 4.
Me too.
Yeah, thank you. So we'll move on from that item to item 3, which is minutes of the previous meeting held on 11th of June. I intend to do both corrections for accuracy and any matters arising together. So may I ask members if you have any corrections that you wish to propose? No, so those minutes are agreed. Thank you. So members of the public are reminded that the agenda and all the reports being considered by the committee tonight can be found on the council website under the Planning Committee meetings page. So if you want to see them, that is where to look. I also want to make sure that all members have seen the agenda and reports. Please speak now if you have not had them. Thank you. We've introduced lead officers, so I will move on to item 4. Actually, before we move on to the item 4 to 7, just some praises if I can. So there are 3 applications for decision to be considered by members this evening, all of which will proceed the same way as follows. The report will be presented by an officer who will highlight the main points. The officer will then respond to questions from members of the committee. For any applications with objectors, we will then hear from parties objecting to the application. They have 5 minutes between them. The legal advisor will time them and give a 30-second notice before the time is up. Committee members may then ask objectors questions. We are very aware of the exceptional level of public interest regarding one of the applications tonight. We can assure residents that all submissions for consultation have been read and noted by members. And please be aware that this committee meeting is a meeting held in public, not a public meeting, and therefore there is no statutory right to speak. We will then hear from the applicants. They have 5 minutes between them. The legal advisor again will time them and give a 30-second notice before the time is up. Committee members may then ask the applicant questions. Then we will move to debate the application and make our decision this evening. Formal notification of the decision will be sent to the applicant and any interested parties who made written representations. The minutes will be published after the meeting. So we now move on to agenda item 4, Gunnersbury Park, and I invite the officer to present the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Jackie Leung, the planning officer of this item. Before I start my presentation, I would like to report that we received 4 more comments, including the written comment we have received right before the meeting after we have published the addendum report. The summary of the comments related to there are too many days being occupied in the Gunnersbury Park for the events, too many events, noise is too loud, the addendum report was published too late with new information about police position. Objectors believe that the addendum reports have new information related to economic claims, new noise modeling method, new transport assumption. Objection data are not fully aligned with the data that they have received speculative funding gap of the applicant. The objectors also do not agree with how the reports and the planning team handle the issues, including land restoration, ecological report, the definition of temporary equality, the loss of space, cumulative impact, the waging of public benefits and the harm of the application, and also the impacts of the 22-day events. So this is the application for Gunnersbury Park, and the applicants is Gunnersbury Park CIC. This is the location plan. Gunnersbury Park is a Grade 2 star listed park designated as Metropolitan Open Land MOL. It is also nature conservation area and a parts of Gunnersbury Park conservation area. The red line area covers most of the area in the park. The total area of the red line boundary is 69.5 hectares. The sites have been approved for multiple events in the last few years, and the site has organized events also under permitted development rights, which allowed them to change the use for 28 days per year without planning permission. The application seeks a planning permission for up to 22 live events per year, 22 live event days per year, with a total number of 115 days, including setup, inactive, and removal days in this application. There will be a condition related to the removal of the permitted development rights. It has been included in the addendum report. It means that the 115 days and the 22 live event dates would be the maximum for the scale of the events that has been mentioned in the proposal. The application originally sought permission for 28 live event days per year in the next 10 years. The total number of the application is originally for 180 days, including setup and removal. After the revision, that is the proposal that we are here today, is for 22 live event days, including a maximum of 10 live events for 20 to 30,000 attendees. A minimum 12 days would be for smaller scale events with 3,500 attendees to 20,000 attendees. The maximum noise level for the Band 1 events would be 73 dB, and the maximum noise level for bass would be 88 dB. For Band 2 events, which is smaller scale one, the maximum noise level would be 70 dB and also 85 dB for the bass. Before I go further, I would like to share the differences between this proposal and a typical temporary event application at this site. Last year, in the planning committee, we approved an application related to a single event. And also we received multiple and approved multiple temporary event applications in the last few years. Each of them is for a single event. Therefore, we know about more the details, such as the name, number of attendees, the opening hours of the event. We also received the detailed layout of that event. But then for this application, the nature is not the same. It is not for a specific event. Instead, this is a planning permission for multiple events in multiple years. Therefore, the discussion and the focus of this proposal is more about the principle of allowing 22 days of live events on the site every year from 2027 to 2031. If the application is being approved tonight, the planning permission will include conditions to bind all events held in the next 5 years in principle. The details such as the event days, number of attendees will be dealt with by the licensing team under the existing license, and the Safety Advisory Group SAG meetings that host before each event. The details will be reported to us in the annual monitoring report that is secured by the condition in this planning permission. In principle, all events approved in this application will only be allowed to hold in 2 arena areas. So this is the Arena 1 and this is the option A. The Arena 1 is the old cricket pitches. Most of the events being approved by the planning team were organized in this area before. So this is the option A, and then this is the option B. Both of them is within the old cricket pitches. And this one is Arena 2 is self-playing fields. The applicants has organized events by PD Rice here before. In these 3 drawings, you may notice that there is a blue line on the left-hand side of the drawing. That is the event organizer vehicle route, also known as the trackway route. By condition, there will be at least 2 crossing points at the south playing fields to allow park users to cross the area at all times. Typical closing hours for the stages would be 10 p.m. or 10:30 p.m. The event's proposed to be a public transport event with no public car parking. Attendees will be encouraged to travel by foot, bicycle, or public transport, including buses and tube. The amended proposal also includes cycle parking spaces for 1% of the event attendees. The council has carried out 2 rounds of consultation for the application. The first one is related to the original 10-year event submission. Over 3,000 consultation letters have been sent for each round of the consultations. 5 site notices have been put up. A press notice has been published. The first round of the consultation received more than 360 objections, including 1 MP and 4 councillors, and also received 15 supports. Following the amendment, the second round of consultation for the 5-year permission received more than 140 objections, including 1 councillor. And also there are 6 supports. We also received multiple comments after we published the committee report. And also we have reported that there are some other comments we received after we published the addendum reports as well. The major aspect of the objections related to the nature of the multiple year application. The duration is said to be too long, too many events. Residents do not have rights to object anymore. Complaints have not been handled properly before, and relying on license to govern the events. The impacts on adjoining neighbors are frequently mentioned, including the loss of rights to use the park, high noise levels, strong bass, antisocial behavior, loss of parking spaces, local transport disruptions. The appearance of the park and the impact on the MOL also mentioned and said that would be harmed. Cumulative effects should be also considered, and also the land and ecology of the park should also be considered. The role of the CIC and the submitted information are also the concerns. Some stated that the park will be commercialized and suggested that the economic benefits has been extravagated. The supports are mostly related to agreeing that the events will generate income for the Ganeshbury Park CIC and also support music and cultural events. Regarding statutory consultees and other counterparts, we do not receive objections from Yilan Council. Historic England and also Garden Trust do not object to the proposal, but they believe that the harm on the listed landscape should be justified and the land restoration measures should be implemented. TfL does not object to the proposal after amendments. Met Police does not object to the proposal after discussion with the local police team, but suggested that there should have some improvement measures, including permanent CCTV coverages. So these are the main planning issues as we consider when we decide, including the principle, the impacts on the proposal on the character and appearance of the listed park and conservation area, the amenity of the surrounding residential properties, the impact of the proposal on traffic and parking, ecology, and also the cumulative effect. So first of all, I would like to talk about the principle of development. The site is metropolitan open land, which afford the same protection as greenbelt land as per London Plan policy. The MPPF also said that greenbelt and MOL is appropriate for the provision of outdoor recreation facilities so long as it preserves the openness. The events that will be held are considered recreational. They will include wellness events, book festivals, food festival, live music, outdoor cinema, theater, community celebrations, and comedy shows. The planning team notes that there are concerns related to the commercialization of the park. While the events may include ticket fees, they are also open air facilities to provide recreation, arts, and cultural activities. So the events have commercial elements, but they are also recreational activities and appropriate use of the site. The proposed structures in the proposal would be temporary. This is the sample of some of the stages in Ganeshbury Park before. And then the openness would not be harmed in long term. Cultural events are supported by the London Plan Policy HC5. The emerging local plan policy CI4 also talk about cultural economy. The proposal is supported by the council's cultural and also the council's culture and events team due to the delivery of the council's cultural strategy. This is one of the benefits of the proposal. The applicant estimate that the 5-year permission will add over 35 million to the economy for London and Hangzhou based on studies and historic data. This is the financial situation of the Gunnersbury Park. The annual running cost is about 2.3 million. 20% of the budget is related to the service fee from Yiling and Hangzhou Council, 66% related to the commercial revenue, and the remaining is grants, and also there are some other income sources. The planning team consider Gunnersbury Park is one of the most valuable cultural and recreational assets in the borough. Properly maintain the listed landscape, listed building, and the museum services within the park, and keeping them open is crucial. We consider the multiple-year permission will increase the possibility of the CIC to guarantee a long-term contract with event partners that will allow the CIC to generate stable income, which is a benefit as it will help improve the park and also the listed buildings. If the planning permission is being approved tonight, the CIC would be bound by a condition to report the improvement works in the park to the council annually to increase the transparency. Regarding the character and appearance of the listed park and the conservation area, we note that the conservation of heritage access is a positive contribution to sustainable communities as per NPPF. Great weight should be given to heritage access. The planning team considered that the harm on the setting and the wheels would be temporary. There would be a condition to protect trees and landscape with the approved landscape restoration statement. The applicant would also be bound by a condition to submit information related to pre-event and post-event site condition survey annually. It is considered that the harm to the listed building and also the listed landscape would be less than substantial under the conditions, and the benefits will outweigh the harm. It complies with the intention of the NPPF, the London plan, and the local plan. Regarding the amenity impact on the adjoining neighbors. So here is the comparison of the, here is the amended proposal and also the details of some of the amendments. One of the key concerns is definitely the noise impact. Gunnersbury CIC has summarized the complaints they have received and also the complaints the councils have received. In the 700 queries and the complaints received last year, 90% of them are related to noise. The planning team understand the local concerns, and we have discussed with the applicant to reduce the impact. That's why the amended proposal has a shorter duration, fewer event days, fewer larger events, and the maximum level of the base is reduced. The revised event management plan confirms that there would be 4 fixed monitoring locations installed within the park for every event, and up to 3 additional locations would be selected depending on the exact location and the arrangement of the events. Noise consultants would monitor the noise level both on-site and off-site. So the following slides are related to the noise information of the previous events. So you see that in this one, there are 7 events that was organized in 2025. These are the extracts from the sound management plan submitted and uploaded to our website in November 2025. They have also been included in the addendum report. So this one is the reference of the predicted noise level. The dBA, which is the noise level, in this application would be 73. For the dBC, which is the maximum noise level for base, would be 88 in this application. Any figures above that would not be allowed. This information is also included in the addendum report. So these are the extracts from the sound management plan as well. The 7 scenarios that have been mentioned in the 2025 showing here in the drawings. You can see how the noise level travel. The green color and the yellow color is meeting the standard. Brown is the borderline. Orange, red, and the other color are not acceptable if they are being recorded in the receptors next to the residential dwelling. So this is scenario 1, and this is for the noise level, which we are saying right now is for 73 dB. This is scenario 1 for the base. The maximum noise level in this one would be 88. And then this is scenario 2. Scenario 3. So the concern is the brown area is the borderline. Orange and red area would not comply with the conditions in this application because it is higher than the maximum noise level that is bound by the conditions. So this is scenario 4. And then this is scenario 5. You can see that this one, the stage is in the south playing fields, and the first floor and the first 4 scenarios, the stages are in the cricket pitches. So this is also scenario 5. Scenario 6 also next to Lion Road North. Yeah, this is the base for scenario 6. This is scenario 7. This is the normal noise level, and then this is for the base. The details of the noise level, the details of all the noise arrangement would be included in the full event management plan and be approved in the SAC meeting. It would be safeguarded not only by licensing condition, but also condition free of this application. Overall, the planning team considers the revised proposal and improvement from the original one and the renewed license. The renewed license has approved up to 40 live event days every year, all at the maximum and then also the maximum capacity would be 29,999 people and a sound level of 75 dB with no restriction on base. Regarding ingress and egress, crowd safety management plan, security plan will be included in the full event management plan as well and submitted before every event. It will be safeguarded by the licensing condition and also condition free in this application. The planning team acknowledged that a part of the park will be closed during the 115 days and the impact. When considering the size of the arena area and the area that with the associated facilities will be located, it takes up about 13% of the park area. If we exclude all the ponds, 14.5% of the park area would be taken up. Most of the park will still be opened. Condition free of the permission and also the licensing condition will hold the CIC accountable for the management of the events, and the CIC will request all event organizers to prepare and enforce a code of conduct and prepare complaints procedures. Condition 4 of this permission requires the applicant to submit complaint data and how they handle the complaints annually to the council. The impact is considered to be mitigated and minimized. This is the access plan for one of the arena. This is the arena 1. The proposal is car-free except for blue badge holders. There will be 4 pedestrian access points. If you can see the drawing, it is the yellow one, it is the red gate, orange gate, and also the brown gate. There is the yellow dots, which means they are the area for the cycle parking spaces. Taxi will be accessed and exit at the northern parts of the site. The route will be depend on whether it is off-peak or during peak hours. Second, pickup and drop-off points will only be brought into operation when necessary. Temporary traffic management measures may be required on live event days for larger events, including short-term road closures, temporary diversion, and parking restrictions to manage vehicle movements, facilitate pedestrian flows, and ensure public safety. The precise arrangement will be set out within an event-specific traffic management plan for the SAC meeting. There would be an average of 10 contractor trips and 10 delivery trips per day during the construction period, and an average of 10 contractor trips and 5 delivery trips per day during the removal period. The submitted construction traffic management plan states that neighbors will be informed in advance of the construction works. Banksmen will be deployed to coordinate vehicle movements. The mentioned annual monitoring report in condition 4 will require the applicant to submit the summary of transport management in the past year and the complaint data. The applicants have submitted a biodiversity net gain assessment to support the application. A minimum uplift of 10% to the site's total 2025 basement value will be achieved to comply with legislation. To comply with the NPPF, which says that local wildlife and the wider ecological network should be identified, and significant harm on biodiversity should be avoided, mitigated, or compensated. Condition 13 of the permission will request the applicant to submit a phase 2 ecological plan within 6 months after the application is approved. It means that the report should be submitted before the summer season, which the events usually held. The condition for landscape restoration statement will confirm the site will return to the pre-existing form, and other conditions will be related to the annual reporting of the ecological situation. The cumulative impact of repeated temporary uses have been considered. This is the reason why there is the amended proposal here tonight, and also to reduce the number of event days and the maximum noise level. To conclude, the planning team understands there are local concerns over the planning applications. We do not ignore the concerns when we handle this application. We reviewed all submit information and all the received comments before we recommend approval. After all, it is a balanced decision. The planning team has given substantial weight to the benefit of the proposal, including economic and also cultural value to Hounslow and London, and stabilizing the income flow of Gunnersbury Park CIC. We acknowledge the proposal could potentially affect the neighbors. Therefore, we also given significant weight to the harm on our joint neighbors and the listed landscape when we first approached the application. With the revision of the proposal and the conditions, it is considered that the harm has been managed and mitigated. Therefore, the planning team suggests that the benefits of the proposal outweigh the harm, and the application is recommended to approve with conditions tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jackie. I now invite members to ask the officer questions. Councillor Page.
Hi. The last event that was there was the Soho House one. Is that correct? Are you a member?
I'm not a member.
Okay. So I'm wondering what cultural benefit that had to the residents of Hounslow, being that most of us aren't members of Soho House. Could you elaborate on that?
I believe it is one of the cultural events. And we are not only talking about benefiting me, but then I believe it's benefiting all the public members. So if we are suggesting that attendees, they are cultural events, I understand that there may also be music events. So they are providing cultural and recreational services to residents.
I don't think you understand what Soho House is a private members club. To go to that festival, you had to be a member. So there's I don't understand what benefit that has to Hounslow. Can you explain culturally?
There may have.
That was none, wasn't it?
So first of all, there may have some members are coming from Hounslow. And then also we are talking about the benefits to the cultural and also recreational events, not only to the members here tonight. This is only one of the events.
Can you clarify what would be a typical event price ticket? Are they £100, 150 going forward? Have we got any idea?
I do not have the information, but then they are also public members.
I think it'd be quite expensive. So for most residents of Hounslow, it's unaffordable.
I cannot answer the question, but then what I can say, they are also public members.
Councillor Page, you can probably address that to the CIC when they speak. Councillor Dunn.
Thanks. Chair, could you perhaps also remind people to keep quiet so that we can hear what's being said? Thank you. Thank you, Jackie. Could you talk us through, so you went through the previous application, the 10-year one, and then what changes have been made. Could you explain what change it will be from the status quo if this were to go through in terms of number of event days and so on?
So the applicant has the permitted development rights to organize events. They are being allowed under PD rights to organize events in their 28 days for the change of use. So this is they do not need to have any approval. And then in the previous years, we approved multiple applications. For 2025, we approved 3 applications, including 1 in the planning committee. So the data from the Gunnersbury Park CIC has regarding the events days and also the all the days, including setup and removal, has been included in the addendum report. If we are using the same method last year in 2025, they are using the PD rights and also with free planning approval. So they will have 15 event days, including everything, including the setup and removal. That would be 97 days. In this application, we are talking about 22 live event days and also 115 days, including everything. So there would be more events. But then at the same time, in this application, when compared with the license and also the maximum noise level, there are some differences. As you can see in this one, the maximum noise level would be 73 dB, and then the maximum noise level for the base would be 88. In the application approved last year, the maximum is 73 dB for the noise level, but then the base would be 90. If we are just using the license, which means that they can do the events with the PD rights, the maximum noise level would be 75, and then there would be no restriction on the base. That's why we believe this proposal is more favorable when compared with the license itself, and also when compared with the events we approved last year.
Councillor Hill.
Thanks for the presentation, Jackie. You mentioned it yourself, 90% of the objections are about noise. So I'm just going straight to that point. You know, conditions are great, but they need teeth. So could you help me understand how monitoring of noise is great, but how's it enforced? So if that is breached, what do we do as a council to enforce those breaches?
So if the application is being approved tonight, they need to comply with the summary of the event management plan, which we mentioned that there need to be monitoring. There would be monitoring and also reporting to us. And they also need to comply with all the conditions in the licensing. The licensing conditions require them to submit the finalized event management plan. They will include the finalized measures for all the events, including all the monitoring points. And then if there are complaints, the Gunnersbury Park CIC need to handle that one. And also on event days, which is covered by the license, our environmental health team is also on duty. So I have been told that our team will also handle the complaints, and they will talk to and engage with Gunnersbury Park CIC to look into the situation if we receive or they receive complaints. And then because of the annual monitoring report, we also will have more information related to the number of complaints related to noise. And I believe the community will also have the information as well, because every year they need to submit the report to us, and then we will put them online. So it will increase the transparency, and I believe it will help governance and also help to formulate a better measures if there is a need for managing the noise.
Can I have a quick follow-up? Could you give me a bit more detail on punitive measures, though? It sounded like monitoring, transparency, all good, but what punitive measures would there be for a breach?
because this application is more related to the principle of all the events. So if they violate the 73 dB for this one, 88 dB for this one, then our enforcement team can take action because they are violating the condition of this permission. And at the same time, they need to comply with the license. If they also the noise level is higher than what has been mentioned in the license, they are also violating the license. If their enforcement team, the community enforcement team, will also take action as well. And also because our environment health team is on duty. So there are some people in the council to monitor the situation when there is complaints.
Jackie, can I come in just on the question of noise? You know, the kind of decibel levels have been set for a particular reason, right? But what I haven't seen in the report is anything about cumulative impact. So if you're regularly exposed to that noise over, you know, weekends in succession, has that been considered by planners?
The main reason for us to have the amended proposal is based on the cumulative impacts. We understand that there are lots of objections and also a lot of complaints related to noise. And you can see that the amended proposal basically is only changing the maximum noise level, the duration, the number of events. It is to at least our intention is to mitigate or minimize the impact on our joint neighbors. I understand that there are some people members may not agree with that, but then that is the intention. So that is how we do the assessment for cumulative effects and cumulative impacts. And then the response from us is to discuss with the Gunnersbury Park CIC, and then they formulate this amended proposal, which have fewer event days, and also with a lower base level, because we understand that probably a lot of complaints are related to the base. So the reduction of 2 dB of the base is the first time we got.
Sorry, just a quick follow-up question. Do the kind of noise assessment points, whatever they're called, do they measure for base as well as like the audio dBA signal?
Because they need to comply with the condition in this application. And then in this application, condition 3 is related to the summary of the event management plan. It is included over there. So they need to comply with the noise level and the maximum noise level for base. Yeah, both of them, they need to fulfill the target.
Councillor Lambert.
Thanks. I've got a couple of questions. The first is that the access is focused on the area where all the people live. So that comes down to the back of Lionel Road, it comes around the back of Pope's Lane. What has any consideration been given to bring them in another way? Because it seems to me we're going to have that track, which I know is very noisy. I don't know, I think you told me it's going to be less noisy for some reason or another. But that will be there half the year. And there'll be lorries, taxis, cars, whatever, going down there. I don't know what hours the hour restriction is, but that will be that's where all the people live around Gunnersbury Park. And the bottom part of the park, nobody lives. And in fact, to a degree, on the east side, I know the people here won't like that, but the people live much further away on the west side than they do on the north and the east side, north and west side. So has any consideration been made to that? I mean, I actually had a look at Gunnersbury Park from Lionel Road down the part where there aren't any houses. And well, yeah, it will be difficult to provide access there, but it's not impossible. And if we're looking at something that's going to go for 5 or 10 years, we should at least be thinking about that, because bringing them in through the most populated areas is a bad idea, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Lambert. And the submitted CLP actually showing, you're right, like showing the route from A4 to Ealing Road and Pops Lane. I think this is like previously been used, but
I'm not talking about going up, sorry, I'm not suggesting it goes up Lionel Road, because I remember that was chaos
Yeah,
in
that's
the early
not-
days.
that's not the-
But I'm saying there's an access at the bottom, which is tricky, but not impossible. And there's access, you could make access with some investment, a couple of meters up Lionel Road. And that would avoid all the houses. That's my only.
Sorry,
point.
Chair, can we just clarify what we're talking about on the map?
I believe we are talking about, Councillor Lambert is talking about whether we can move from Blue Gate, yellow, green, red to the bottom part. To
We could have an access here. Not next Tuesday, but this is a 5-year matter.
Sorry,
It'll be more than
I
5 years.
I don't understand what we're talking about in terms of on that map. What colour line are you talking about? Removing a coloured line and putting a new one in? What would?
no, this is about the HGV movement during constructions. That's about the outer route going through the A4. And in the proposal, the construction route is follow A4 and then Ealing Road and then Pops Lane. But what Councillor Lambert is suggesting, whether it can just like go to the southwest corner instead of going up to Ealing Road and Pops Lane. I think, this one could be, we could feedback to CIC and then they could look at the possibility, because one of the conditions 7 is actually they need to submit the construction logistic plan.
We won't do it this year, but I think we should be thinking about, this is a long-term thing. And long-term, we should be thinking about doing it better, because the way that we do it is not the best way to do it.
Yeah. I also want to add it's in line with TfL's policy as well. They just want to use the TLRN row like A4 to access. Yeah.
Is some of the people who've fed back have said having the noise assessment very near to the park is not adequate. And I can remember again going back several years, people from the other end of Grove Park saying it was very noisy there, and there was no checking there. I know somebody suggested putting in Silver Crescent or something like that, which is a bit further away. And I think there's something to be said for that. Another assessment further away, because it always seems to go down in the southeast direction, in my experience.
According to the scenario, there may have impacts on different residential properties subject to the setting of the stage, the arena area, the wind direction, and also the wind level at that day. So you can see that they are not exactly the same for all the scenarios. It depends on the setup. And because as mentioned in my presentation, we are talking about 5 years permission. So we do not have the detailed plan for a specific event. So these are the references we have, and we see that they have different scenarios according to different setups. So the reason there are 4 fixed location and 3 additional monitoring points is that there will have some flexibility. So there would be 4 locations. That 4 locations is the closest to the residential dwellings. So that would be, because our main concern, and also I believe the CIC as well, and also the residents as well, the closest to the park usually impact the most. So they have 4 points that is closest to the residential dwellings. And then there are 3 more monitoring points that will be decided based on the setting of the stages and which area they are using, and also wind direction that would be submitted by the applicant before the events in the event management plan for that event. So that will also be discussed by the SAG, the Safety Advisory Group, which includes a lot of members, including our environmental health team, they will look into whether it is acceptable to monitor the noise level based on all the situation and also the details of the event that day.
I mean, all I'm really saying is that in the past, this is a long time ago, there was a lot of noise elsewhere, and that was a surprise. So it would be good to I think you should think about measuring it further away, although nearest is obviously most important.
Thank you.
Councillor Lukey.
Thank you. I was looking at the supplementary agenda, and I was looking at I've got a couple of things to ask. On page 26, you've got the ugly rearing its ugly head is Brentford Football Club. There's a suggestion of events there as well. There's a suggestion also that the applicant should communicate and coordinate with other venues, Brentford, the Alliance Stadium, Twickenham, and you can hear Twickenham from some parts of Isleworth, as you can hear Boston Manor and Gunnersbury from some parts of Isleworth too. This is on public transport and also this is on public transport particularly. Who will take precedent? Do we know? If there are, if Brentford wants an event, Twickenham wants an event, Chiswick House might want an event, although they're smaller there and a bit more intimate. Who will take precedent here?
So I understand that there are concerns related to Brentford Stadium because of a EIA's grouping application, but then we do not have any active application right now in our system. So there are no confirmed information about what type of live events and the scale of live events, how many event days, noise level of the event days. These are the information we do not have right now. So we cannot assume that the council would approve the proposal from Brentford Stadium. So the focus here tonight is based on the benefits and the harm of this proposal. Understand that a lot of local concerns related to the cumulative impact if the Brentford Park is also being approved. Brentford Stadium is also being approved. But then we do not have the information about that. So it would be fairly difficult to start a accurate assessment.
Okay, sorry, Chair. I wasn't really talking about the noise there, although that will come into it. We were talking about the transport and the access there. I'm talking about precedents between the venues in this part of West London. Anyway, if you don't have the answer, but
yeah, Councillor Lukey. I think the key thing here is coordination. And in these applications, there are representatives from TfL, Southwest Railway in the set, and for them, they should have like a program in terms of like all the events going on in this part of London, and then they will coordinate and then look at whether the public transport capacity is enough or not.
Tony, sorry, can I just ask a supplementary on this? Boston Manor Park isn't included. Can we include that so that needs to be fed into the mix?
Sorry,
Boston Manor Park, they have live music events.
Yeah, that I think there would be a license sort of event and license applications before and every event, and then there would be a coordinations there as well. So yeah, we are sort of closely monitoring the network there and then make sure that there's the complaints level would be
okay. The point I'm trying to make is that Brentford Stadium and Twickenham Stadium have been pulled out as venues that if permission is given that they would need to consult. Can we add Boston Manor Park to
yeah
okay,
certainly yeah sorry.
Thanks, Tony.
Yeah,
go on.
Thanks. There's a couple more. On page 10 of the addendum, there's a suggestion. There's an estimate of £140 million. potentially can be spent on site here as part of this application. And where would that £140 million? Do we know where that might go, or is that something to ask the applicant? But we've put the figures in an LBH report here.
It is based on the socio-economic assessment, and then they have studied. Sorry.
Page 10. You're talking
Yeah.
about paragraph 6. Changing paragraph 615. No, not that one. Paragraph 6.22. Again, it doesn't
So
matter.
they have the formula to calculate that one. It is based on a festival in Winchester. It recorded 8.3 million on-site expenditure from 48,000 attendees in 2023. This is the basis for the calculation. And I remember they applied maybe like 50% discount on the spending and then multiplied with the number of attendees in Ganeshri Park, and it comes up with the figures. And they believe that it would be mostly flowed into the local businesses.
Okay, thanks. Just one more thing. I noticed in the safety advisory group, it's all LBH. Is there any interest from London Borough of Ealing here? Where do they turn up here? Because they're not mentioned in the document.
There is a list of people of this SAC in the addendum report. Yeah, so they would be invited if it is related to them. So because the last one is related to those people who could be invited. So they are one of the attendees if it is related to Ealing.
Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Garwell.
Thank you, Chair. Jackie, thank you so much for the presentation, and Joanna too. Just a quick question here. In terms of, I think it's a 2 decibel reduction in bass, you said, from previous applications where there was 90% noise complaints to this one that we're looking at today. Do you believe that a 2 decibel reduction is significant enough to balance off the noise concerns? I ask that. The human ear cannot tell the difference if there's a 3 decibel reduction.
I am not an expert in noise and sound. What I can only say is that the proposal has been discussed internally and is what agreed by the environmental health team. There are multiple considerations. They have the permitted development rights, I mean the Ganeshri Park CIC, and then they have the license. If we are talking about the license, there is no restriction over the base. So I would say they could have higher than 88 if they wish to have, if we are strictly according to the license. So this is a more preferable, more favorable one when compared with the license. That is one of our considerations.
Okay. I can say that a 2 decibel reduction is not significant. With regards to antisocial behaviour, you said it was a long list of the objections. You said there was 140 objections or what have you at some point. Antisocial behaviour is one of them. What measures has the CIC taken to address these from previous events?
Sorry, once again, so you're talking about the governance or?
Exactly, the antisocial behaviour that has been raised as an issue that you mentioned in your presentation.
Okay.
What measures have CIC taken that are different to previous applications and events?
We have concerns related to the antisocial behavior. That's why we had meeting with the Met Police. And then we understand that the Met Police, the final comment from them is that they believe SAC meeting is a very good platform to discuss the arrangement for each event. But then at the same time, they also talk about some improvements, including maybe whether it is possible to have the permanent CCTV for the gates. So these are the things that in the next SAC meeting for each event, they definitely will talk about this one because Met Police is one of the attendees of the SAC meeting. In terms of the code of conduct and also the security plan, it is secured by the licensing. And because they have also mentioned that this one in the summary of the event management plan, so they definitely need to submit the information to the SAC meeting. And also so if they do not submit the information, they are not only violating the license, but also violating this planning permission. And also, we have the confirmation from the Gunnersbury Park CIC. I think it is also mentioned in the addendum report. They acknowledge that there are several standards for no matter it is transport monitoring or for security. So the people who are employed to do the specific tasks, if there is a standard, they will be met.
Thank you. And in terms of the CCTV access, thank you for mentioning that. Has there been a commitment is it in terms of CCTV, is it CIC CCTV infrastructure that the police will have access to? Is there that promise being given? Or is it council CCTV? Is it Met Police additional CCTV that will come through funding relating to these events? Which CCTV are we talking about here? And what promises have been made?
Met Police is advising to install some CCTV on the gates. So my understanding is that it should be the responsibility of the CIC, but then it is subject to the decision of the SAC meeting, because police would be there. And also the comments from the police is that they should, the CIC should comply with the conditions to discuss with the security arrangement in the SAC meeting. So the police also believe that SAC meeting is the platform to discuss about the further arrangements.
Chair, just two more, if that's okay. Given that the park is a nature conservation area and there's Grade 2 listed building there, from an ecological perspective, what restoration standards are contractually required if areas of the park are damaged by these events?
Because we have the condition related to the land restoration. So if it has not been restored to the pre-existing condition, it is violating the condition. And also, I understand that there are some comments related to ecology in the community as well. So we have the condition for the phase 2 ecological study, ecological survey. And after conducting the survey, the applicant should submit the report to us within 6 months after we approve the application. If it is being approved tonight, they need to submit the report to us within 6 months about the ecological impacts of the application. And then this would be the baseline. And then also we will have more information related to ecological situation there. We believe 6 months is acceptable because most of the events will be held in summer. So we are August right now. If we are talking about 6 months, it means that they need to submit all information before February.
Brilliant. And Chair, last question. What Councillor Lambert brought up in terms of access to park is a real crucial point, and it's something that I agree with him on. For HGV access, is there scope for us to put conditions on this application to ensure that they access the park via the A4 southwest corner to reduce local road disturbance?
I think it's possible, but I would say it's more like a potential rather than have to, because I don't know, it looks like at the southwest corner there's also some ecological interest in it. So I don't know whether it's feasible to have that. But if we can maybe add an informative.
Yeah, sorry, Kat. So what you're doing is you're essentially asking officers on the hoof to try and consider a separate proposal that's been put forward to us. I think baked into the scheme is the provisions to monitor and amend detailed arrangements such as site access, site setup and site takedown. So there are conditions where they would submit details to us. I'm sure we're making a list of everything that Councillor Lambert and yourself and all the other councillors have said that could be baked into this condition. Sometimes I worry that as part of this conversation, we're steering slightly away from what can be controlled through the planning system and what can't be. So Jackie's answering, they're both answering the questions that are put to them. I need to remind members that there are policies here. We're talking about a lot of details, which may either be reserved by condition, dealt with through the SAG group, and so on and so forth. So it's just a reminder that if there is no policy reason to refuse it, then this shouldn't be a grounds for refusing an application. So I'm directing this to you now. It's a broader point about what's being discussed up to this point. So yeah, on that particular matter, officers can't consider what you've put to them at this point in time, but that can be baked into a condition to be considered at a later date.
Yeah, no, thank you, Matthew. That's very clear, and I just thought it was part of the transportation assessment that was made by Joanna and team, given that traffic was a concern that Jackie mentioned was raised, that we looked at accessibility to the park and reducing the disturbance of traffic to the local area. Hence, maybe we've already done an assessment on this corner in question.
Yes, so an assessment has taken place. So I don't wish to put words into his mouth, but I think on the basis of the information put to us, we do not believe that's grounds for refusing an application. That's not to say that good suggestions are being put to improve the situation, which can be noted for and dealt with through a condition at a later stage.
Okay.
Councillor Bowring.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Jackie. Thank you, and Joanna. I just want to clarify something you said, Jackie, earlier, just to make sure I've understood it correctly. You're saying they've got the 28 days permitted development, and without this planning permission, they could be louder within that planning permission. And if we grant this permission, do they still have those 28 days when they can be louder, or will the new decibel, the slightly lower decibel rate, supersede and expunge that?
So because after the approval of this one, we have the condition to remove the permitted development rights. So all the events, then the scale of events.
Is that a yes?
Yeah.
Great.
So yeah.
And also, Councillor Hill asked you twice what we can do if they exceed the limits, and you gave great sort of context and the process, but you didn't actually say what the ultimate thing is that we can do if they don't follow this license. So could you answer that specific point? If they don't follow the license, what is the ultimate punitive measure we can take?
I'm going to chime in again. Sorry, Councillor. So first of all, just a bit of a warning. It's very dangerous if members are thinking of refusing an application on the grounds of non-compliance with a planning condition. That is not firm grounds for refusing an application. Sorry, I understand why that.
That's a helpful caveat, but I think it's an answer that members want to hear and residents want to hear.
The more effective tool for enforcing against breaches in this is going to be through licensing and noise abatement notices.
Not who does it. What is it?
A noise abatement notice.
Yeah, what can we do?
Yeah, so we as a planning forum can issue breaches of condition notices. So that is a process where we issue a notice. There are grounds, and we can enforce against that. That is not an immediate tool for doing so. The issue that we have in the planning is that we're not supposed to impose conditions where it is managed by other regulatory systems. Such as
what is the ultimate?
A breach of condition notice.
What does that mean?
So effectively, you issue the breach of condition notice. If they breach that condition notice, you can take them to court, and there's a fine, which is now unlimited. Sorry, look at you, Jim. It's now an unlimited fine for a breach of condition notice.
Councillor Nagy.
I understand you're not an expert on sound, noise, and all that. I think we should have had somebody here who was expert in that. I feel sorry for the residents who live around. I live a little distance away from the Twickenham rugby ground. That is totally sort of covered all around, and whenever there is an event there, it is a nuisance, right? And I feel sorry for people who live right at the doorstep there. Is
there a question here? Sorry.
Yeah, why don't we reduce the sound decibels that you've got now, so that people are not disturbed? I feel sorry for children who live around there, and how would you control? How would you reduce the sound?
You'll have time in the debate to express your position, but is there a question specifically?
Yeah. So how would you reduce the sound that's disturbing the people?
We understand the concerns of the local community, and that's why we have the amended proposal, which is a proposal with a lower noise level when compared with the license, and also the maximum noise level for the base has been reduced. So this is one of the responses from us after reviewing all the comments from the public, and then also the duration of the proposal itself is lowered to 5 years, and then there will have fewer events when compared with the original one. So this is the response from us. I understand that there are lots of concerns, but then as I mentioned in our presentation, this is a balanced decision. So we believe that with the conditions,
Sorry,
the
Jackie,
situation,
just have quiet from the audience, please.
so it is a balanced decision. We understand that there are some form of harm on in terms of noise to adjoining neighbors, but we believe with the conditions, the situation is being minimized. I understand that not everyone agrees, but then this is what we believe. And then with the benefits, we talk about the benefits to the Gunnersbury Park CIC, and also we talk about the benefits to London in terms of cultural and also economic benefits. The planning team believes that the planning balance have been made, and then the benefits is outweighing the harm, and this is why we recommend approval tonight.
I see you say it's 5 years. Would you consider lesser time rather than put it on 5 years?
Councillor, it's not for the officer to consider what is. You're considering the application in front of you, and it's 5 years. It's not to be put into the officer for him to consider. It's not his application. It's the developer's application. So we need to ask specific questions to this officer that he can answer.
Go on, Councillor Garrawell.
Thank you, Chair. In terms of the, Jackie, you kindly mentioned the economic side of it, and I think it's on page 34, where you said there could be multiple £1 million impact on Hounslow and London. I guess, how do you quantify this? Secondly, in terms of the park itself, I believe that there's a cafe there that's run by a chain, so it's not necessarily money in the local economy per se. What measures are made that the local economy, i.e. the London Borough of Hounslow, specifically benefits economically from these events taking place?
I do not have the information about the cafe, and I believe this is more related to the governance of the park. So I believe there would be a better platform to discuss about the governance of the CIC. If you are talking about the benefit of this proposal, it is the calculation in the socio-economic impact report. They have calculated based on the benefits of the 15 days live event on site in 2025, and then they estimated that it creates 722.2 operational employees per live event days. So this is how they calculate the benefits. And then it is the total number. They talk about 7 million per year. This is for London and Hounslow. There is no breakdown if you are talking about specific benefit for Hounslow, but because of the report itself, and also the figures and the calculated method is based on the benefits to London.
Thank you, Jackie. That's clear. In terms of those operational companies, how many of them are registered in this borough?
7. He doesn't know.
I don't need you to answer, Councillor Luki. I'm asking Jackie. I don't need your commentary. Thank you.
Yeah, let the officer answer.
Yeah, I believe this is more related to governance of the CIC. Yeah, because tonight we are talking about the benefits and the harm of the proposal, and we are asking all the councillors to waging whether the weight that we are putting on all the harms and all the benefits is appropriate. So if you are talking about the governance of the CIC, I do not believe I can comment on this one.
Actually, I'm not talking about the governance of the CIC. I'm just purely trying to ascertain how much of this economic benefit will be in the borough. Hence, Jackie, I was asking within the assessment report that we made, how many were local vendors? That's all I'm asking.
I mean, if the officer doesn't know, you can ask the CIC. Councillor Page.
Hi, just some clarification on noise. How does the sound engineer set the noise level? I assume they do a test and then they go from there, do they? Do you know?
You're talking about how they monitor the
Yeah.
noise level, isn't it?
Well, I'm a sound engineer. I'm sitting at my desk, and how do I know that I'm too loud or too quiet?
I am not an expert,
Okay.
so I cannot answer how they do it. What I can say is how the noise consultant monitor the noise.
Okay.
So because there would be noise consultant monitoring on-site and off-site. So I believe they have some communication if it is over the limit. So they need to report back to the employee who is working on the panel. But then I believe maybe Ganeshbury Park CIC will have more
Yep.
information related to the operation of the stages.
Yeah. My concern is if the wind blows in a particular direction, as we know with sound, it carries, doesn't it? And that can have a big impact. And then, you can set it at one level, and then 3 hours later, it's going to breach, isn't it? Quite possibly. And I'm going back to the other councillor's point. If you've got young children and it's summer, you might want to have the windows open, and 10:30 at night, listening to drum and bass is quite a big impact to local residents. We just want to make that point.
Yeah, that is the reason why there are up to 3 additional monitoring points. So they are based, one of the things that it would be based on the wind direction and the wind speed. So we are not only talking about the fixed location, but then in the information that the applicant needs to submit to the SAC meeting, and also to fulfill the license condition and also these conditions, the condition of this application, they need to have the information, and they also need to talk to the expertise in our council in the SAC meeting. So they will have more information for the specific event.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brown.
I know that in the original proposal, the smaller the attendee capacity had a larger maximum noise volume, and this seems to have been reversed in the amending proposal, where the larger capacity events have a larger maximum noise level. I was just wondering for the justification for that reversal, or indeed the justification for the original one, which seems counterintuitive.
We have also raised the same question to the applicants, and then we have been notified that the intention is the larger events would have the higher maximum noise level. So it should be a typo mistake about the banding.
So it was just an error in the original proposal. Okay.
Jackie, can I ask about what assessment's been made of taxi movements on local roads?
That would be in the event management plan, and there would be sort of event by event basis that would be sort of closely monitor. In the submission, all the taxi would be drop off within the park. That's the intention.
Thank you. We want one more, Councillor Garrowell.
Thank you, Chair. Jackie, with the police and antisocial behaviour point, thank you for mentioning about CCTV. Has there been any signal from the police that there will be more police present during events to tackle antisocial behaviour and all the other negative externalities relating to this?
Because the police has told us that the SAC meeting is the best location to the best platform to talk about the specific arrangement of the event. So I would say it is case by case. It depends on the number of the attendees, the nature of the events, and then police is one of the attendees of the SAC meeting. So I believe they would talk about the arrangement over there. But then the applicant also needs to submit the security plan, and they also have other plans related to crowd management and also some other things. So they would look into all the submitted information and then discuss the best way to manage crowd and to manage antisocial behavior in the SAC meeting.
Great. Is everybody? Yep. Okay. I now invite the objectors to speak. If you want to come forward. Well, all object. Well, There's only 2 seats, isn't there? So Marie,
There's 4.
yeah, there's only 2 seats there.
Yeah, but they come up one at a time.
Okay, fine. I get it. Okay, fine. Okay. So can I call Marie Rubberhands? I probably butchered your surname. Apologies for that.
So there's no need for everybody to sit at the table at once. You can come up one at a time. The changing chairs is not part of the 5 minutes.
I can't hear if you don't use the microphone. Please use
I think
it.
the question is
can't
more
hear
around
you.
what's the actual process. We're all very new to this. We are not familiar with what the process is for speaking for 5 minutes or 1 minute or 2 minutes or whatever. So it'd be quite nice if the chair could just run through that process to us.
Yeah, so the order that we've got is that Marie Rubberhands will, sorry again if I've butchered your surname, will speak for 2 minutes. Then Gunnersbury Park Garden Residents Association will have 1 minute, Pam Case will have 1 minute, and then Vladimir Ivic will have 1 minute. And then we will open the floor to questions from members. Is that clear?
And just to say, I will pause slightly. We're not going to expand it too much for the turnover, and I'll give a warning of, well, 30 seconds seems a bit ridiculous but I'll give a warning in some way at each time. But we're going to try to be as strict as possible as regards a total of 5 minutes, excluding the turnover, etc. Yeah.
No, sorry. So Marie, do you want to start? You've got 2 minutes.
Thank you. Good evening, councillors. West Chiswick and Gunnersbury Society is not asking you to refuse the application. We're asking you to consider some modest modifications of the scheme that were submitted in July 2026 but are missing from the planning officer's report. In summary, we consider the changes made in the revised proposals are a step in the right direction, but they do not go far enough to ensure protection of the park and the local community. The Society fully appreciates the need for the CIC to generate income for the park, but there needs to be a greater recognition of the negative impact of events on the quality of life and health of the local community, on park users and on key attributes of the park. Major events in Gunnersbury Park can be heard across a very large area, and for residents within the West Chiswick and Gunnersbury area, the level of noise is frequently very intrusive and diminishes our quality of life. We request a reduction in the number of event days from a total of 22 to 18, with Band 1 reduced from 10 to 8 and Band 2 from 12 to 10. Even with these reductions, there will be events over very many weekends during the event season. 22 event days is a very big increase from the 15 days held in 2025 and will far exceed those of any other London park. We understand the reasons why the CIC is seeking a multi-year planning permission. However, given the multiple serious negative impacts we've described and given the loss of trust, we believe strongly that planning permission for events to be held
30 seconds, Speaker.
We request that the plan period is reduced from 5 to 3 years. The planning permission needs to state how the capacity and sound limits for any particular event will be notified to local residents in advance of events. Sorry, you've thrown me now. So those are our major points. So reduction from the total number, as I've said, and reduction of the plan period from 5 to 3 years.
Thank you, Marie. Moving now to the gentleman from the Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate Residents Association, if you want to introduce yourself.
Yep, my name is Pete Bainbridge. I'm the current chair of the Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate Residents Association. I'll probably take a minute to say that. So.
Well, your minute starts now. Thank you.
We strongly believe that Gunnersbury Park should be properly funded, protected, and open to all. However, we believe that this application should be declined on the grounds that we think there should be less events, better management of events, and more oversight for events than there has been in the past. And this application, we believe, fails in each of these 3 points. The application seeks 22 live event days, 150 occupation days every year, totaling 575 days over 5 years with no further oversight. This isn't balanced. We feel that this is just a blank check until 2031. Residents have already endured a decade of base traffic, fencing, crime, drugs, pressure on wildlife, antisocial behaviour, loss of access to the park, children losing football and rugby pitches. We strongly believe that commercial concerns should not be outweighed by the concerns that we suffer ourselves as residents in terms of our health, sleep, homes, safety for residents and so
Pause, you draw to a close.
Why deny transparency and why not have the event by event scrutiny that we've had in the past? We would ask that you refuse this blanket permission.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Can I call Pam Case now? You've got a minute.
Sorry, I'll swap over.
Events in the park are supposedly necessary to pay for its upkeep. This seems counterproductive as these very events are actually destroying the park with the traffic and the huge footfall. And also with our new weather conditions, more and more people, absolutely, especially people without gardens, without air conditioning, need an open space with shade under the trees in order to escape from their hot accommodation. Last point, Hyde Park concerts are apparently capped at 65 decibels. There are not residents around Hyde Park.
Thank you, Pam. And I can call Vladimir Ivek. You've got an extra 20 seconds if you want it. So you've got 1 minute 20. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I'm Vladimir Ivek. Apologies. Can I start now? My name is Vladimir Ivich. I live on Lionel Road North, directly opposite the park. I understand everything that was said about the noise. However, my main concern is the cumulative impact of approving 5 consecutive summers of events, during which substantial areas of one of the West London's most important public parks are repeatedly occupied by commercial event infrastructure that has been underestimated. And the report placed considerable reliance on planning conditions, management plans and monitoring, and we don't dispute that, but managing an impact is not the same as justifying the principle behind that impact. I have also not been able to identify any competitive assessment within the report regarding other options of less intensive level of commercial use that could potentially deliver the same or similar benefit. The question of what's happening, I respectfully suggest that the importance to ensure that commercial activity remains carefully controlled, proportionate, and clearly subordinate is primary. Members, before you vote, I respectfully ask you to consider one question. At what point does a public park cease to be a park for the local community use that occasionally hosts commercial events and instead becomes a park whose summer use is increasingly organized around large commercial events, attracting visitors from far beyond the local area?
Thank you very much. I now invite members to ask the objectors any questions they may have. Councillor Hill.
Firstly, just to say thank you. It's nerve-wracking being here, so I've no idea what it's like being over there. So thank you. My one quick question is for Marie. I missed the exact detail of what you asked about band 1 and 2, the changes.
Thank you. Although it is a bit confusing because band 1 and 2 refers both to noise and to capacity, and they're not necessarily linked. But using their terminology, I was asking that band 1, which is the larger band, the noisier one, if you like, to be reduced from 10 to 8, and band 2 from 12 to 10. So that would give a total of 18, which is still a vast increase. It's an increase on what was held in 2025. And it's been, if you look at the figures that were given in the supplementary papers, there were 9 events in 2024, 15 in 2025, and now we're talking about 22. And 22 events means many, many weekends. The event season is May to September, so you can work it out how many weekends. They're mainly Friday, Saturday, Sundays. So it is a huge amount. And as I say, in the original application, they had a table showing how many events were held in various London parks, big parks like Brockley Park, and the Royal Parks. And most of them, it was between 6 and 8 events per year. Event days, right? So that is the comparison.
Councillor Carroll.
Thank you, Chair. Just echo Scott, it is very nerve-wracking, so well done. 3 questions for you, and any of you can take it, please. One, what about I appreciate it might be hard to agree with the economic statistics or in terms of millions, but there will be naturally some economic benefits from these events happening. What are your views on that? Secondly, from a cultural perspective, the council talked about their policy and it being culturally enriching. What's your view from that angle? And then thirdly, as residents, have you ever attended these events yourselves? And what has been your view of them? And then on the noise, that Hyde Park figure of 65 decibels, do you feel like that should be the benchmark? That's what we should cap the noise at for these events?
That's a lot of questions. If I could start and I'll pass it along. In terms of the economics, yes, I accept that there is an economic advantage, but as you asked in your question, it's not clear how much is that to the local. Sorry. I'm sorry. Lost my train of thought. It's not clear how much is to the local economy. And I was amazed at the comparison that they said was with Boomtown near Winchester, because when you look at what that event is, okay, they've calculated the number of people and altered it, but that event is a 5-day multi-type festival held in farmland with a lot of camping. So the sort of money that's being spent there is very different to a 1-day event where people travel across London bringing often their own food. And so I just find it really odd that they should compare it. You asked whether I've ever attended events. I used to really enjoy the London Mela, which was mainly a free event held in Gunnersbury Park. It was a 1-day event. It started mid-morning and finished at about 9 o'clock. And it was a fantastic community event. I've also attended many outdoor festivals, but the sort of festivals where you go and you spend 2 or 3 days, often in the countryside. I think the issue here, it's not specific to Gunnersbury, it's the use of urban parks, which has already been pointed out and needed more and more for their public park, their green space. And particularly, Gunnersbury Park is very close to the Great West Corridor, which is an opportunity area. We're building all these high-rise towers with very little open space. And when asked, and I have asked in planning committee meetings, what is the deficit of community open space in the development? For some of them, it's more than 50%. But they say that's okay because they can go up to Gunnersbury Park. So one way you could ask the economic question, how could the parks get money other than holding events? They could perhaps have a park service charge that these big developments have to pay, like other service charges. You could pay a park service charge of so much per year per unit. That's just a suggestion. Anyway, I'll leave others to answer some of the other questions.
So your questions around economic benefit, we're not entirely clear how the number's been obtained or got to, or why it's unclear, because it seems quite a lot, and it's that over the, I assume that's over the 5 years. But I think the key question there is that, you know, are we commercializing Gunnersbury Park? Is that the reason that we're doing this? Are we making it into a money-making machine, or is it, as it was first intended, it's 100 years old this year, is it as it was first intended as a park for the people? That was why it was set up originally. It was why, you know, it has a strange ownership and everything like that. So I think to focus on purely just on economic benefits is to miss the other benefits of the park, which will be inevitably lost. Access to the park. I know the plans for the arenas don't seem to leave large parts of the park, available. But what it doesn't necessarily take into account is that people have to access those arenas. So there's narrow walkways. They use the events organisers tend to use big wooden hoardings to sort of corral people in a direction. Particularly, I think it's the Soho House one as well. So it's not necessarily usable as a park as a result of that. So, on terms of the economic benefits, I don't understand how the numbers have been obtained. Basically, it seems a bit generous. In terms of cultural enrichment, the who's controlling what events get put on there? Is it the council? Because I don't think the council has any say in what type of performers are on there. So is it purely just in terms of its music, so therefore it's good, or because otherwise you could end up with a whole summer of drum and bass. I use that as an example because it's very loud and thumping bass, not because I don't like it or anything. But the culture enrichment element, it feels like an afterthought rather than the actual principle for having the events in the park. I can't remember what the other question was. Oh, right. Well, so have I been to any events? I'll be honest, I don't need to go to most of the events. I can hear them from my back garden. But yes, I went to the Secret Cinema, ran a filming of, I think it was The Lion King for children. So I took my kids to that. So full disclosure, I've been to one free event. Oh, so the 65 decibels piece. Yes, it's a short answer.
May I be permitted to answer? I asked to speak, but I wasn't able to.
No, sorry. It's not a public meeting.
So, what's the other question? I'm trying to remember. I feel like
You attended the event.
Oh yes, yeah. So yeah.
I would like to agree with Marie that London Mela was a fantastic event. I was there every year, and that was something which I would support wholeheartedly to continue every year. There would be no problem. I don't think that the question about commercial is about commercial events and whether they have value. They do have a value. The question is whether the particular level of commercial use represents the right planning balance. That is the question. I think that the importance to ensure that commercial activity remains controlled, proportionate, clearly subordinate, which means the money that comes in, clearly subordinate to the main role of the public park, which is to remain a park for the people, for the community, for the visitors, rather than commercial event or series of events, which continues for 6 months, for 5 years, where most of the park becomes construction and logistics site. It's not the same park anymore. You can see from the handouts which I put out there how the park looks like when you actually have those events. That's going to be 6 months a year. The trackway is not constrained by section 3 by clause 3.3. Trackway can stay the whole year. There is no planning condition to restrict that trackway. The other question was whether I attended. I did attend Mela, as I said, and that was fantastic. Culturally, I agree fully with what was said. It's nothing to do with what culture we want to promote. It's what the promoters seem to be the most economical, what will bring the most money to their pockets. That's what we are turning the park with. The park, which is one of the best West London parks.
Thank you. Any other questions? No. Okay. Thank you very much for your time. I now invite councillors Mashisho and Bidoff to address the committee. So, councillors, you've got 5 minutes between you. How do you plan to split your time, if I can ask?
Thank you. Before I start, I'd like to make a declaration.
Sorry, Councillor Bidoff, before you start, how are you planning to split your time, just so that we can
Oh, we're
time it?
self-monitoring, if that's all right.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
fine. Okay.
Is that okay?
So we'll time 5 minutes.
Yes,
I'll
after-
time 5 minutes in total. I'll give 30 seconds warning to whoever's speaking at the time, and that's the only. Yeah.
Can I make my declaration outside the 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Joanna Bidoff, councillor for Chiswick Gunnersbury Ward. I live opposite Gunnersbury Park in the Gunnersbury Park Garden Estate, and I'm a member of the Residents Association, which you've heard from just now. However, I am not and have not been on the committee that has been working on this issue. I was elected to represent residents' views, not my own, and do please ask me more about that. Okay, so starting first with residents' views, all of them taken from emails to you and copied to me. On culture, and I quote, people pouring out of the tube from mid-morning, already drunk, drinking, and vomiting and urinating on our street on their way home. In my kitchen last year, I could hear artists imploring crowds from 2 p.m. to make some noise, and it was the F word, broadcast at full volume. Another told you about the trail of litter, vomit, and bottles of urine from Gunnersbury Park to Gunnersbury Station left after people leave. A comment on 3-day festivals. Enduring the usual 10 hours of perpetual thumping daily, starting on Friday midday and ending on Sunday evening with no escape is simply not acceptable. On the impact. The issue is not an individual event, but the cumulative impact of repeated large-scale events over a long period, with prolonged disruption becoming the norm. On accountability, a 5-year license significantly weakens local accountability by limiting opportunities to review the impact of these events and residents' concerns. It would give the operator permission to use the park for large commercial events for half a decade. On the park itself, Gunnersbury Park is a valued public park, not a permanent outdoor entertainment venue. That's residents' views. After 7 years of feedback, I thought I knew the full impact of these festivals. But during the election campaign, I met residents in roads I thought would be unaffected, who said these festivals are their single biggest problem. So it is really crucial that you accept that the impact is widespread, not, as one member said replying to residents' emails, only on people living close by. It's not, it goes a lot further than Grove Park. Indeed, you've had noise objections from residents in Acton, 1.2 miles away, Breben Gardens, 2.1 miles away, and Hammersmith, 2.4 miles away. Those are distances as the crow flies. That is unacceptable. The only measurement required is of decibels. That is inadequate. Bass impact, the thumping vibrations, must be reduced and measured at every event. Statutory noise nuisance must be measured too. That's never been mentioned. These and other changes are needed before considering granting 1 year's permission, and certainly not 5 years. There is enormous anger and resentment that this public park is managed in a way that even with thumpingly loud events, summer after summer, not enough money is raised to run the park. The answer is not that the CIC needs to avoid paying planning application fees. It is about charging the events the right level of fee, and we've seen that on the chart here. They're not paying enough. adding the cost of planning applications and other aspects to their invoices so there can be a mix of events in the park. To be clear, virtually no one is saying no music festivals. It's that there are too many, too loud, too often, on too many days. Festivals must be tolerable to locals. Trust, it's been mentioned before, in the CIC is extraordinarily low after years of promises broken and summers ruined. If you approve this application, there will be no significant improvements. Let's give them one more chance to get it right. Refuse this application, make 2027 a trial year with the CIC applying for permission festival by festival as it does now, while significant changes are made and mitigations agreed, including trial sound barriers, for example, that restore trust and respect residents. Then consider permission for no more than a year at a time. Please, for residents' sake, refuse this application.
And to add, thank you. And to add to Councillor Biddulph's eloquent description of why this should be refused, I would like to also add that the fact that the 5-year cycle as elected officials bypasses the cycle of our elections, which is 4 years. It means that every 5 years, at 2031, we will only have less than a year to review and access and
30
measure
seconds, Speaker.
before we make any changes. So the 5-year blanket application should be a blanket refusal today so that we can regroup, as Councillor Biddulph has suggested, so we can have a new application that caters for the entire community.
Thank you, councillors. I now invite members to ask any questions if they wish. Councillor Garrawell.
As councillors of the ward since 2018, I appreciate the park might have been in Guy's ward once upon a time as well, or around it, but what's your interactions been with the CIC? And when I mean that, I mean specifically, I'm sure residents, if there's been a lot of concerns raised with the council, they've probably raised it with yourselves as well. Have you had any constructive conversations with the CIC to tackle issues that have been raised, like noise, antisocial behaviour, those sort of things? What's been your lived experience since 2018?
Yeah, I've had actually a constructive association with the chair of the CIC. I found him to be amicable, listens, but I think he is stuck in many ways behind the bureaucracy of this whole system. The amount of times that complaints have gone through to CIC and yet no resolution reached because of either one particular bureaucratic measure or another, that's what I find the most difficult. But as a person, very easy to access, easy to talk to, off the record and so on. But I find that he is very hamstrung by the bureaucracy of the CIC.
So I've been dealing with these events since Lovebox and Citadel burst eardrums in 2018, which was when Gunnersbury Park was still in Brentford. It joined Gunnersbury Ward, Chiswick Gunnersbury Ward in 2022. My experience of so I said earlier that I don't talk about my experience at these events, but it was very helpful for me to live locally, because when I was swamped with complaints in 2018 during Lovebox and Citadel, and residents were saying their sofas were vibrating, their doors and windows were rattling, and their pictures were shaking on their walls, I knew they were not exaggerating, because that was happening to me. So that started the relationship, if you like, with Gunnersbury Park. And there have been other situations when I've experienced what residents have experienced, wondering why the complaints were so bad from certain houses, and walking down to them during festivals and experiencing what they were experiencing. I fed back that after that whole year in a paper that was, I think, 14 pages long. And the heading was, based on residents' views, never again. I have had discussions with David quite often in the early days, and with his then, and there has been some turnover, they now call them, I think, the commercial manager, the person responsible for bringing in the events that bring in the money. I've had other situations with them. I've talked several times. They know I've said before that trust is low. They know I've said that they've got to build on that. I have also helped them when it was clear that they hadn't done any communicating with either residents to start with or businesses locally. I helped by producing a list of all the businesses, giving them the names, having got permission, of course, first. It was a lot of work, of all the businesses, not just on Gunnersbury Lane and Popes Lane, but also Chiswick High Road, near Gunnersbury Station and beyond, where I thought the effect would be most. So I've tried to be very helpful towards them when it's been possible to do. I've helped them expand the map of the consultation area. We've had many discussions on loos, having been plonked with a whole row of urinals with open doors down Princess Avenue, which you will know where that road is. Getting that moved, that was done, but it's been an uphill battle to keep them off private land. So I would say it's been a typical councillor with residents who don't feel they're being listened to, representing their views to the CEO of the CIC and others.
Great, thank you, councillors. I now invite the applicant to speak for the application.
Nothing else.
To confirm, you've got 5 minutes to speak. We'll start the clock after you've introduced yourselves, if that's all right.
Hi, panel committee. My name is David Bowler. I'm the Chief Exec of Gunnersbury CIC and the Gunnersbury Development Trust, which is the charity which owns the CIC.
I'm Elizabeth Coningsby. I'm Head of Commercial for Gunnersbury CIC.
I'm Chris Jones, the planning consultant for the planning application.
So yeah, you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. I will try and use this as productive as possible, as you would imagine. A little history lesson. The CIC was created by this council in partnership with Ealing. Until 2023, it was a wholly owned subsidiary of the two councils. The business plan that we are delivering was essentially cast in partnership with the two councils. That meant that commercial use of the park was baked in to that business plan from the outset. The reason being, there is a 10-year horizon whereby the two councils will guillotine any public funding for the CIC or the trust. Therefore, I have to make the park self-financing by 2028. The reason we have submitted a 5-year planning application is to take account of that transition from any public subsidy to a zero public subsidy scenario. To do that, I have to plan, and to plan, I have to have regular income. Regular income means creating trusting and long-term relationships with event promoters, and a 5-year term is roughly the shortest event promoter window we can work to. So we have trimmed down from 10, we've gone to 5, we've reduced the number of events per annum, we've reduced the sound levels below that which a licensing committee granted us only 2 months ago. And whilst I am absolutely cognizant of the disruption that people claim in the areas and experience, we believe that this is a reasonable and proportionate request of this committee.
The application before you is a time-limited planning permission for 5 years, which seeks to replace the existing system of using permitted development rights and annualized drop-in planning applications. There's significant merit to this approach. Firstly, in taking forward and securing the council's established funding model for the park and securing this for the short to medium term. It reduces the risk of this historical approach with annualized drop-in applications, which are no longer an acceptable risk to the event operators. It will further reduce the financial cost of annualized submissions, which come at the cost of tens of thousands of pounds annually, and that is money that can be put back into the upkeep of the park. Similarly, the ability to secure the multi-year deals with operators enables better returns for the park. It further reduces the expenditure and significant public resource that goes into the handling of those annual submissions. And put simply, the multi-year, multi-event consent strikes an appropriate balance and makes sense. Another benefit is the bringing of all the events under the umbrella of one planning application that includes the events that have historically taken place under the permitted development rights and bringing tighter restrictions that are currently imposed upon them via this planning application. The nature, arena areas, sound levels and capacities put forward are all in accordance with the parameters that the council has consistently approved in each of the annualized submissions we've done under the recent years. That's 9 separate applications that have been submitted and approved. In addition, those parameters that we put forward are wholly in accordance with those that were approved under the license review a few months ago and provide significant concessions when compared to that, including the number of days, max sound levels, and introduce sound and capacity bandings that don't feature within the license. The 5-year term and reduction in the number of dates, together with the voluntary sound concessions and various management plans and conditions, strike an appropriate balance between the delivery of income generated by the park, protection of stakeholders, and securing the knock-on socio-economic benefits for Hounslow and London as a whole. The context and vast public benefits are clear and robust material considerations that should be given significant weight that justify the grant of planning permission. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll now invite questions from members. Councillor Page.
How much a year do you need to run the park?
The annual running costs of the park councillor will vary on the condition of those buildings that within our lease. So an example being next year, there is 1.8 million of cyclical repairs that fall due, which include internal, external decorations, roof repairs, rainwater goods, etc. So what I have to do is to build a reserve in order to meet those exceptional cyclical maintenance issues. And of course, many of the assets in the park are 200 years old. So the day-to-day repair bill candidly is unpredictable because there's been a history of underinvestment in many areas of the park. It has benefited from lottery money, but that lottery funding was concentrated in only a very specific area of the park. And so large swathes of the park remain unimproved, frankly, since the 1950s and 60s when the last wave of investment was made.
Okay, and just to clarify, it's because the Ealing and Hounslow Council aren't funding you that puts you in this position where you have to have all these events. Is that
okay,
right?
Ealing and Hounslow Council committed to a 10-year funding package that tapers in 3-year chunks. So since 2018, the real value of that fee has declined 48%.
Right, okay.
It will, in current trajectory, the two councils are empowered to cease all funding under that agreement by 2028. But our agreement with the council is 25 years. So I've got another 15 years of that tenure because only 10 of it is funded. So we have to make some provision for a long-term maintenance of a park without any prospect of public support.
Yep. Okay. Noted. And obviously, residents feel that it's. I mean, it's down to bass, isn't it? That's the crux of it. It's the thumping music that people are concerned about. If it was, I don't know, chamber music, no one would hear anything, or it was a food event or something. So when you think about the events, is there any way you can give to residents and the council an assurance that you can have less drum and bass and more of the other kinds of events, or will you just go for the ones that pay the most?
There is a commercial consideration because, again, I understand the comments from the representatives who oppose this application about the over-commercialisation of the park. But what I have to do is get the best return because 100% of our net income is invested back into the park. So we do try and strike a balance, and candidly, Councillor, I and Elizabeth, who sits next to me, have refused acts in the past that we felt were not an appropriate fit for Gunnersbury Park, but we do not program the park. Our trustees had a long discussion about whether we should exercise essentially a censorship of different musical forms. They felt that that was not appropriate, but an over concentration of what's called EDM, that's electronic dance music, an over concentration of that is something we are definitely pushing against. But the reality of it is that's what sells tickets at the capacities we're talking about. Taylor Swift will fill 50 to 70,000 soccer stadiums, but that 30,000 capacity is very much around the EDM. But we are pushing hard against that, and we want a much more varied portfolio of acts. So last year, we had Pub in the Park, we had The Happy Place. We are at the moment in negotiations with a company that will perform effectively adult cabaret. I mean that in a tasteful way. Adult cabaret and a headline band and a big top. So it's not all about open stages. We are working on it, but I absolutely understand that that repetitive beat per minute issue is of concern. But what I would also say is it's all within the license limit, and this planning application offers up a reduction in the base level from that license. So we were already granted permission in March, but we have taken on board that that has a degree of unpopularity, and we pushed that sound down.
Okay, my last question. So how much do you make per event? So taking the Soho House one as an example, that was on a Thursday night. Roughly, what's the profit that goes back to the park? Are you able to disclose that?
I can't.
Roughly,
I can't
very
disclose commercially confidential. No, hang on. If you don't mind, sorry, through the chair, forgive me. What I would say is the gross that we pulled in from the events last year was circa £950,000. Now that's from 15 days. So 15 days events grossed £950,000. The total value of the public funding to us from combined of both councils is 500 grand. So we generated almost twice as much from 15 events than we got from both councils.
Yeah, I mean, my observation on that is, you know, okay, nearly £1 million for 15 events sounds like a big number, but it's not really, it's not a big number really, is it? I mean, Damon Albarn doesn't get out of bed for less than £1 million. So why?
It's a dry hire, councillor. So all we are able to provide for the promoters is an acre of grass. There is no supporting infrastructure. So you're absolutely
Right.
correct. If we were able to supply on-site power, if we were able to supply on-site foul water drainage, we would be able to charge a premium. But the rough cost of Waterworks, which is a three-day EDM festival, the cost to them of creating that show is about £1 million. They have to bring absolutely
Yeah, I
everything to
understand that.
site. And it's not ideal, councillor. I completely concede that. And we would love to be able to invest. Elizabeth is talking to the UK Innovation, help me out.
UKRI.
UK Research and Innovation. Thank you, councillor. We're talking to them to try and see whether we can get investment from UKRI into a power supply into the park. If we can do that, all those generators that produce traffic, those jennies would not be required. So we are, councillor chair, forgive me, I'm delivering a lecture, I apologize. I'm trying to give the fullest answer, but we are trying to get investment from external sources, both increase the margins so it is more worthwhile and to reduce disruption.
Yeah, okay. I mean, yeah, okay. That's it. Thank you very much.
Councillor Lambert.
Thank you. I've got 4 questions. The first one is about license. I don't really understand how events get licenses. So is that a separate application each time, or have you got a rolling license?
Now, we have 2 premises licenses for the park, one for the principal buildings which allows us to do things like have weddings or baptism, bar mitzvahs, etc. And we have another license that is for the park grounds. That latter license was called in by the councils in December of last year and went through a full review process, which culminated in March of this year. The license was subject to a number of amendments, but that license is now effectively in perpetuity, providing we pay the license fee every year and providing we don't breach it. And Chair, a number of councillors were asking what teeth you have. Under the license regulatory system, if we breach the license conditions, of which there are 91, then we could lose the license. So there are consequences, and we must adhere both to the license and, if this application is successful, to the planning conditions as well. So there are two layers of compliance we must adhere to.
Okay, there's been some evidence given about parks of the same size. They're actually not as big, like Brockwell.
Yep.
Have less decibels and less days. What's your view of that? Is that correct? Or, are you having an easy time of it?
I candidly, Councillor, I can't comment on Lambeth. I think it is Lambeth Council's business plan for Brockwell Park. I honestly do not know that. What I would say is the proposal we bring here is calibrated to deal with the financial challenges we face. We have not tried to over-engineer this. It is, we believe, proportionate for the challenges we face. The challenges at Brockwell might be different. I'm afraid, Councillor, I can't comment.
It's not so much I understand the challenges, but the question is, you know, in Ealing, what Ealing's a bad example, but in Hammersmith they have a lot that they have tougher rules than we have in Hounslow, or do they have easier ones? Do you have any sense of that?
What I would say is, in terms of the sound levels, the standard across London, and this is where I would, I'm afraid, counter the claims made earlier about Hyde Park. Hyde Park's top end is 75 dB, not 65. 75 is the standard for most London parks. We have that. Well, people will differ, so forgive me, Chair. Our offer here is to go below the license that was granted by this council. So we're actually trying to compromise with local residents by running at a lower level of headline DBA and the lower level at DBC, which is the lower register. So we'll be running quieter than Hyde Park. We'll be running quieter, I would suggest, than Victoria Park. We are trying to make compromises.
Sorry, can I just ask that the applicant is heard without public comment in the same way that the objectors were, please?
I think the committee report also picks up the comparable noise levels at Brockwell Park, and that puts that down as 75 decibels and 90 on the C rating. So I think the committee report shows that this is comparable and less than a comparable park.
My final one, which is slightly off subject, but it is important to the financial challenge here. I was just looking at the heritage at risk today. There are 4 large buildings and a lot of small gates and so forth that are on the heritage of risk register. Are we making any progress with any of that? And also on the big chunk of the park, which is called the Model Farm, that has been derelict for, I don't know, 30 years or something.
Councillor, it's a complex picture in that, although we are responsible for the management and maintenance of the park and the delivery of the museum service for 2 boroughs, the 2 councils have reserved several of those listed buildings from our lease. So the reality is that the at-risk structures of the 2 stables and the small mansion actually are not within our management. They sit with the 2 councils. So a significant proportion of the at-risk buildings aren't mine to maintain. They were retained by the councils.
Any other questions? Councillor Lukey.
Hello again. And say, how's a crazy golf these days? One of the comments made by one of the councillors said that that you're not paying, the CIC is not being paid enough for the events. You're being done over. Can you explain that, or are you being paid enough for the events that from your promoters, by your promoters?
Councillor, the only way I can answer that is that we are striking as hard a bargain with them as we possibly can. Each and every one of those event promoters will necessarily, because it is a commercial relationship, push back and claim that because of the lack of infrastructure, etc., that I mentioned to Councillor Page, that they can't afford it. We impose the best possible deal we can manage with them. We do business with the largest entertainment company in the world, which is Live Nation via their subsidiary Festival Republic. They drive a very hard bargain, but we have Elizabeth sitting there has secured a significant percentage uplift if we are successful for 2027 based on 2025. So we try our best because, again, Councillor, the margins we make are ploughed back into the park. The CIC is a subsidiary of a charity. It can't make money. Everything gets ploughed back in. So the more, and I'm afraid, I know that people have said it's an over-commercialisation, Chair, but the more commercial we are, the more benefit I can produce for a park that is open to all the local residents. So it is a tough bargain that I have to strike, but we try our best, Councillor.
Would you also want to add, David, about it being a 5-year term? What kind of commercial benefit is that versus having to go an annualized submission with the risk associated?
If I can just respond to that prompt, Chair, thank you. Going annually introduces a significant risk. So we lost Waterworks this year because they could not get insurance against the risk of not getting that annual planning permission. So they left. We also lost another event through to a planning risk. What we're trying to do with the 5-year piece is to de-risk it both for us and for those promoters. And with that reduced risk, we think we can get a better deal out of them. But Chair, I would stress, and I think officers spoke to this, the 5-year period is subject to much more scrutiny and control than if we were operating under PD rights. So we are trying to offer ourselves up for appropriate levels of scrutiny, because after all, we are stewards of a public park. This is not a private enterprise. I'm acutely aware of my responsibilities to the community, but we have to strike a bargain with commercial agencies and get the best margin we can.
Councillor Lukey, do you want to come back in?
Yeah, just you mentioned the 1 year. Sorry, you listening, or do I stop talking? You mentioned the 1 year and you mentioned the 5 years. There's been a suggestion. There's been a suggestion of the 3 year. I know it's going down from 10 to 5 to 3. It could go down to 3. How would that keep you instead?
The challenge there, Councillor, is, as I said, in 2028, in 18 months' time, we have a guillotine. A 3-year planning permission, respectfully, is a 2-year permission and a 1-year reapplication. The 5 years gives me a way of having some certainty of income as I bridge that transition from a complete cessation of local authority funding to try and becoming fully self-funding. If we go for 3, that transition becomes very, very unstable, because essentially I've got 2 years, the second of which I get no money from the councils and then back into a reapplication. The 5 years, which is why we reduced it from 10, because I more than heard the opposition. We believe that 5 years is a reasonable compromise to give us the ability, candidly, to manage your park in the best way we possibly can. So I'd resist at this point, councillor, I'd resist amending the application tonight on that basis.
Come on, guys, please. Councillor Dunn, you wanted to come in.
Thank you. Yes. So questions so far have focused around noise, very understandably, noise effects on local residents, culture, cultural benefits, perhaps, and that kind of thing. To turn to the sort of ecological aspects, this is a park. I'm sure those things are very important to you as the sort of custodians of the park. The ecology, we know there are bats there, all the nature in the park, and the biodiversity. Obviously, there are some things in the report about that. You've submitted a biodiversity gain appraisal. So can you just talk us through how that, the importance of that, how that will be monitored to make sure that any adverse effects are mitigated for, that there is an increase in biodiversity, how that will be measured, and if those assessments show that things aren't improving, then what will you do? How will you change things in order to make sure that you are able to keep up that aspect of this important park?
I'll answer I'll set the scene. You're quite correct in the fact that it is important to us. If we damage the ecology of the park, ultimately we're failing in our role. Our role is to improve Gunnersbury for the benefit of all our visitors. We have committed, because it is mandated, to, I think it's 2.5 hectares of on-site BNG improvement. So we're committed to doing the biodiversity net gain on site. You're probably aware other developers will buy off-site credits. It seemed, frankly, bonkers, as I'm managing 185 acres of public green space, not to use that obligation on site. But what I would ask, Councillor, if I can just bring my planning consultant in, because the detail of ecology, we do have an ecologist on our team with us.
Yes, Sam, are you around?
Is it okay, Chair? We do have our
He is registered to speak on the list of attendees.
Residents weren't allowed another person to speak, so why is the applicant?
They are allowed to bring people to assist with questions.
No, we weren't.
This isn't another person to speak, sir. This is someone to answer specific questions.
We weren't advocating.
He's assisting with answering questions, and the councillor has asked about ecology, and this is a guy who can answer the question about ecology. So, look, we're just going to continue, please. If you are disruptive, then you know what the consequences are.
Hi there, councillors. Thank you. I'm Sam Barker. I'm a principal consultant at Greengage Environmental, an ecologist for 10 years. So we have conducted baseline assessments of the park, and we've calculated the value in biodiversity net gain that the park currently has. We've then used the statutory biodiversity metric tool, which is mandated for all developments, where 10% uplift has to be provided by all developments. This changes today. Anything that is a temporary application, that from today no longer has to provide any biodiversity net gain. So if, say, this application had come in tomorrow, there'd be no need to provide any uplift to biodiversity value at the park, as well as looking at the habitats. We're still undergoing and undertaking bat surveys. The findings of that will be informed into a management plan to ensure legislative compliance, as they are obviously a legally protected species, and any damage or disturbance to those and their roosting spaces is a legal protection. So that will be managed through a management plan as part of a condition of this planning application.
And there are two separate conditions in respect of ecology. One is that management plan, and then the other is the reporting of that. So the annual reporting, which will be submitted after each annual staging, will show how that plan is performing, taking pre-event photographs and reviews, outlining the monitoring and management measures that happen during the event, and then a review post the event calendar season on how those measures have performed and how the land has been restored to its former condition before the next setting. So that will be submitted annually, and that'll be available publicly via the discharge of condition.
Yes, thank you. That's good. It's quite technical. So, and you talked there about restoring the land to its previous condition, which is kind of the minimum. Obviously, to get that biodiversity net gain, you need to do more than that. So can you, and I appreciate there's probably still a full plan to be developed, but can you give us an idea of what that might look like?
You can explain the game plan.
Yeah. So there is part of the western part of the park north. I don't know the park particularly well, but north of the Arena 2 area.
Lionel Road north boundary.
200 metres of hedgerow will be planted along that stretch, plus 2.4 hectares of what is now poor amenity grassland, biodiverse poor, will be enhanced through seeding, through better management, to deliver other neutral grassland, which is effectively a wildflower meadow in that area. That's what generates the biodiversity uplift, because it's significantly better value than what is currently in that area and within the development boundary.
And that will include the restriction to keep that for 30 years.
So so part of the legal obligation that this is under ties it to a 30-year management period. That is secured through a habitat management plan. That is itself secured legally through Section 106s to ensure that that is delivered for 30 years.
Councillor Bowring. Okay, all right. Councillor Nagy.
Are you an independent person, or are you here because you are supporting their?
I'm hired by.
You're hired by them. Yeah. So I understand why.
But we're independent. I'm.
Yeah. No.
Excuse me, please. Let the person
So I've
answer.
got professional membership to the Chartered Institute of Ecological and Environmental Management. Under that, I have to provide professional due diligence, and I have to provide objective advice to the applicant, to my clients.
Councillor, through the chair, and I don't wish to be flippant, Councillor, Sam has actually been quite a difficult consultant to employ, because he has been very rigid with us about his professional standards. So I would reassure you, he has not been a compliance specialist. He's been a bit awkward in holding me to particularly high standards. And so I would give you some
Come on, please.
He is independently minded, I can assure you.
Also, to emphasize the point that was alluded to a little bit earlier, that if this application was submitted today, it would be biodiversity net gain exempt. The government introduced exemption for temporary planning permissions just today, actually. This proposal is an opportunity to secure that 10% enhancement that would otherwise not happen if a new application were forthcoming, or an application for a shorter term, or if you resorted to annualized submissions or using permitted development rights. So there is a benefit in this proposal in that you will secure that 10% net gain
And I asked whether he was independent or not, because when he was speaking, you were trying to, feed in whatever you wanted to feed in. So I felt that, he was being guided to what to say here, but that's okay.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask what alternative commercial strategies have been considered to sustain Gunnersbury Park?
Okay, we already have a weddings and celebrations business. So we are licensed for weddings. That is growing, but the only available properties to use for that are the Orangery and the large mansion. The large mansion, as I'm sure you all know, also is the borough's museum. So we cannot close the museum on a regular basis in order to intensify the hire of that lovely building for weddings. So we try and balance that. We do have some commercial rents on site. We do get a rent from the cafe operator with an overage. So if their sales are above target, which we think they will be this year, we get an extra bump for that. We have a non-commercial rent with Capel Manor College. The commercial valuation of that site is 50% higher than we charge them. But as I work for a charity with the advancement of education as one of its charitable objects, we felt it was entirely appropriate to charge another education provider a reasonable rent. So we do get a significant but not commercial rent from that. We also get a commercial rent from the Crazy Golf, the pitch and putt operation that is next to the sports centre. So it's a mix of rents and events within the house. And we also, anybody who's been there, make a modest charge for car parking. And so we collect car parking revenues as well. One of the growth areas we'd want to look at, Chair, is to improve the rental stream. But to do that, it would mean those premises that I mentioned to Councillor Lambert that sit out with our lease being brought back into a rentable condition. So we would like to increase rents. They're less intrusive and they're much more regular. But at the moment, it's a patchwork of commercial activity. I hope that's okay for you.
Okay, thank you. Moving on to the fencing, the trackway and the fencing, why is that not subject to the 115 days condition?
Our view of that, I'll pass to my planning consultant colleague who advised me on this, is, as we have stated, the trackway is crossable, traversable at points. So it does not in any way change the use of the park. It is merely a couple of meters wide bit of, and most of it is a high grade plastic to reduce the sound transmission. We've moved away from steel plating. So it's the view that it is not applicable within this application, but I'll pass to my planning colleague.
Thank you. I think one of the discussions we had initially, or one of the opportunities put forward by this multi-year application, is a consolidation of some of the activities that the events cause, or the events require. Apologies. The events that have gone forward in the recent years, they often bring their own trackway on, and that requires every event that comes to the site to bring a trackway in, then have that removed. That creates extra vehicle trips to the site. That creates extra noise disturbance. This multi-year, multi-event permission provides the opportunity for the trackway to be placed down and kept down in between events. So therefore, you will limit the amount of construction activity, and that's vehicles coming to the site, as well as the noise disturbance. So there is an opportunity provided in that sense. The aim is for the trackway to be down for no more than 115 days, but there could be issues through inclement weather or unknown or circumstances beyond your control that might mean that has to go beyond those days. But the aim is that it will be down for no more than 115. It just, that wriggle room is necessary just in for unforeseen circumstances.
So I think residents would be rightly concerned that it could be up for 365 days a year, right? I mean, you're shaking your head, but that's a legitimate concern because it's not being bound by conditions. So what is the maximum number at which?
If I should give you some reassurance on that, Chair. The trackway traverses soccer pitches. The soccer pitches are subject to a restricted covenant from the Football Foundation. So we are bound by a restricted covenant that the two councils entered into that is now applied to our lease that says I cannot take those pitches out of use, or I have to provide alternative football pitches within the park in order to comply with the Football Foundation grant conditions that you as two councils benefited from when they put £3 million into building the sports centre. So your point about it being there 365 days, I would be in breach of a restricted covenant on our lease if we did that. So again, there would be consequences. So we certainly would not breach a covenant on our lease that is binding with the Football Foundation. So it cannot stay there. Otherwise, I fall foul of the Football Foundation. So we will get taken up.
So how long are they in place then with the Football Foundation? How long do those pitches need to be in service for? And then if you subtract that from the year, then that's the maximum which it's allowed.
Yeah,
right?
it's effectively, Chair, it would, top of my head, I don't know what the football season is. My football season, watching teams, would clearly start end of August through to May, but amateur teams don't comply with the full season that a professional team would. So what I would say, it's from September through probably until April, because it's about use by amateur teams. So during that period, what I'm saying is from September through to the mid-April, I would be in breach if I'm not allowing full access to those soccer pitches.
Okay, thank you. How would you ensure that you're coordinating with Brentford Stadium, Boston Manor Park, other, nearby public areas that have concerts? How would you ensure that you don't end up holding events on the same night with all the disruption to local transport and to local residents that comes with that?
Completely get that, Chair. The council's safety advisory group is effectively a clearinghouse where TfL, Met, Blue Light Services, the ambulance, fire brigade, et al. All attend that. They have sight of the borough's programme of events, because all those events that you've described would have to go to SAG. So in a sense, that coordination is something that there's a major role played by the local authority in that. On an individual basis, I've already spoken to Brentford because I became aware that they may submit a planning application. And I reached out to them because I'm acutely conscious that our southern boundary is probably 200 metres from Brentford's, and the prospect of there being any dual use of Kew Bridge Station is something that is very fresh in my mind. So I've already raised that with Brentford, but I would reassure you that the SAG is the place where all those parties have an oversight of what is happening in your borough. And I guess that's the place, the clearinghouse, where these conversations would take place.
When you plan your schedule of events for the summer, you will say Brentford Stadium do get planning permission for 6 live music events during the summer, that you will not hold events on the same day.
No, what I'm saying, Councillor, is that we submit our schedule to the SAG and to the council as required under licensing and planning. Whether the Brentford hold a gig on the same day we do is a debate that would have to be had at the SAG, because the permissions would be largely around policing, transport, etc. So I can't commit at this point to say we won't program something when Brentford have something, because I haven't got sight of their schedule. I need to make deals. Elizabeth needs to make deals. If we secure planning for 2027, we need to make them now, because we know that those promoters are trying to book artists. So respectfully, I can't wait for Brentford's application. I don't mean to sound aggressive in that sense, but I have to look out for my considerations. But we will, of course, play whatever role we can to collaborate with SAG. And as I said, I reached out to Brentford already. So we already know there is a risk there. I was very upfront with them.
Councillor Bowring.
Thank you, Chair. You talked about you lost a couple of festivals.
Yeah.
Which year was that?
This year.
This year. What was the loss in revenue from losing those?
The loss in revenue it's been calculated by my colleague here.
I'll take an approximate figure.
Thank you. 750K.
Thank you. Councillor Desar.
Yeah, my question is, so what's your plan to tackle the antisocial behavior during the events?
Okay, the antisocial behavior is in, I guess, 3 spaces. Any form of antisocial behavior in the arena is the responsibility of the event organizers. And they will have security within the site and a very, very strong behavior policy. Within the park, on all the egress routes through our park to that arena site, that is a responsibility that we pass to those event organizers. They have to pay to have their SIA security guards out there, making sure that as soon as their folks enter the front gate of our park, they are marshaled appropriately through delineated walkways into the arena. The issue that I know, councillors, exercises the local residents is the degree of control over members of the public once they're effectively on the public highway. The minute they come out of the park and they're on Pope's Lane, that's the public highway. That is a mix of 3 agencies. The council's own enforcement team and Ealing's enforcement team, who have come down and do spot fines for public urination or littering, the Metropolitan Police, who are always involved in the planning of every one of our events, and a cohort of stewards that we require the event organisers to employ, whose function is largely one of guiding and encouraging people to disperse quickly. So those 3 agencies work together. Do they work as effectively on every instance as they could? No, they're human beings. They get stuff wrong. We've certainly had instances where we've asked the Met to intervene and the Met have said it's low level. We're not dealing with that. We've got something else to do. And that is not criticism of the Met. They're under-resourced. But we try very, very hard to work across those 3 agencies to ensure that we minimize the behavior of members of the public on the public highway. But as a charity with a lease on a park, I do not have the locus to enforce activity on the public highway. That's only authorized officers of the council or the Met Police.
So do you have any plans for the CCTV cameras or footages during the events or something?
Right. CCTV is employed throughout the arena and it's also employed on egress. So most of the companies now use drones to ensure that they've got full visibility of the egress of people so that they can get out safely, because you bear in mind it will be dark at this point. So they've got infrared, etc. The issue that was raised earlier about CCTV on gates and the boundaries, and again, forgive us, Council, this is not me passing the buck, but under the complex arrangement that we have is the gates and the boundary walls and fences aren't mine, they're retained by the councils. So if we're going to mount any CCTV, they're mounted on the council's freehold assets. So I'm very happy to talk to enforcement in the council about that, but I can't just fund them and stick them on the wall because it's not my wall.
Any other questions? Councillor Rodriguez.
Thank you, Chair. While you cannot, as you just explained, control members of the public, but how would you tackle the litter that is caused by them, which is because direct consequence of the event that has happened. So yes, there are different agencies and there are marshals and things like that. You cannot stop public. Met cannot arrest them, but you know that has been caused because of the event. Is there any way or any measure that you can, do it for as yourselves as a goodwill gesture to the residents after the events? Get that cleared because you know it has happened after the events, or put it through the organizers, make it one of their responsibilities to clean up after events.
Could I,
Thank you.
Chair, could I ask my colleague Elizabeth to answer it? She's got a copy of our licence in front of her, so I can speak from an informed position.
Yeah, this is covered under our license. So condition 6G8, all events must be responsible for litter control and litter generated by events must be removed from the site. And then 69, all litter and debris to be cleared from the park. And a thorough check to ensure that all litter and debris is removed and conducted within 48 hours of the final event taking place. Then following our license review on the 27th of March, there's further conditions. So the waste management plan includes arrangements for disposal of rubbish, facilities for recycling, etc. And they've increased the area of collection to include more into the boundaries of local streets. Festival Public each year do a litter pick prior to them coming on site. And there's photos of huge amounts of bin bags of litter that's nothing to do with any festival, that's just normal litter by everyday people. And that shows actually, so having festivals improves the public realm rather than the converse.
Councillor Lambert, did you have a question?
Yeah, I'm a little bit puzzled because I remember going to the Secret Cinema several years ago. I had to go to Acton Town and join a kind of crocodile there and go down Gunnersbury Avenue, go over the bridge. That was the only way I was allowed in, and that was all controlled by marshals, I suppose. And Gunnersbury Drive, or whatever it is, the one that goes to the station, was closed, and there were marshals there marshalling. So that we're not doing that anymore. What? Explain.
Okay, the specifics of Secret Cinema, Guy, is, and again, I'm not being flippant, it's meant to be a secret. So the idea is that all ticket buyers are asked to arrive at a particular point and then they're escorted. However, more realistic, your point about Gunnersbury Drive is well made. Gunnersbury Drive, a small spur road that joins up to the North Cirque, it's got the Actonians Club on it. The residents have long lobbied us for that road to be closed to both vehicle and pedestrians. What we do have is that most of our large events will now place permanent stewards on that road to prevent any unauthorized parking and also to move people along, because frankly people were gathering because you've got Barron's Pond as well there. So we do take specific action on that road. So that has not ceased.
Yeah, I mean, I know something obviously about Boston Manor, what was you there, but also I remember there was litter picking done by organisers, and I think there was a steward on even as far as Kew Bridge Station and Gunnersbury. That's my memory.
Depending on the scale of the event, and that is the number of people involved, then you're absolutely correct that, as Elizabeth said, under the license, we've had to expand and willingly expand the area that we litter pick throughout the event. But we also ensure that if the SAG has nominated multiple transport hubs, not just Acton Town, then we will ensure there are stewards there. So if SAG approves Kew Bridge, we will have stewards on Kew Bridge. If they would have approved, as have done, Ealing Broadway, we've actually had times where we've had to steward all the way through the Trees Estate and up into Ealing Broadway. So if SAG approves a transport hub, we will ensure it's stewarded and cleaned.
Councillor Garrawell.
No, you go first.
Yeah, it's not only about the litter, this thing. I got some mails from the residents also that after the events, the public go in the residents' garden and they do loo as well. They what kind of sort of measures you will take for this kind of solutions.
We do agree with local residents the placement of mobile toilet blocks, and I absolutely understand that nobody wants a set of portaloos outside their house, but what we try and do is position public loos outside the park so that people have less, frankly, of an excuse to behave in such a deplorable manner. I mentioned earlier that the council's street enforcement team can issue on-the-spot fines. Public urination is an offence. So if people do it, what we want to do is to get more coverage of those people who are empowered to exercise fines. I noted when going to Boston Manor last week, then there's clear signage outside Boston Manor that says something along the lines of, if you sit on this wall and litter, you will be fined. Now, we can put signs like that up, but I have to ensure that I've got the support of the local enforcement team so that's not a hollow threat. But you're absolutely right. People doing that is utterly unacceptable. But again, and this is not me washing my hands of it, people behave in particular ways in the public realm that I, as an executive of a charity, do simply not have the power to deal with that. So we rely on a partnership with those agencies that can.
Any other questions? Councillor Garrawell.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you to the applicants. In terms of noise levels, I appreciate you can point to the licence, which you have a copy of, a very diligent person, as well as what's in the condition of planning application. Obviously, Hyde Park has less of a residential population around it compared to Gunnersbury Park. I mean, you can turn around and say, well, why didn't Hounslow Council do this? But do you not feel that maybe you have a fiduciary responsibility as people that want to run events that will create a lot of noise pollution and festivals to potentially say that's a sensible benchmark? Even though we're allowed to go higher, maybe we go to 73 or 75 because we think that's a sensible compromise with the residents here instead of a 2 decibel reduction, which really is margin error.
Councillor, the position we're in is that, as I said, the park standard across London and therefore the competitive environment that we are in to attract events to Gunnersbury, they run at 75. We've told them we can't do that. We refuse to do that. We've gone at 73. Moving below 73 erodes the competitive ability to actually get events in. Acts will not run lower than 73. We can't get the talent through the event promoters if we drop below that. That, I would stress, is for the large gigs. That's for 20,000. For the smaller ones, we are dropping down to 70. So we concede that there are 2 levels of sound, but I would stress again, the top end that we're seeking through this permission is below that which the council licensed and which your environmental health officers have, I have to say, studiously examined. I do not for one moment, councillors, deny that the sound from the park is audible in the streets surrounding. It is evidently so. I do not deny that. But what I've got to work within is a regulatory regime that says, the regulatory regime says that 75 was acceptable and we're running below that. So this is not me suggesting that the people behind me are telling tall tales about hearing it. I know they do. But it's about, within a regulatory regime, our compliance, and we are compliant.
Okay. I guess you're saying the onus is on the council's licensing committee to change the range if residents wish to have a more peaceful life. I understand what you're saying.
Comment on that.
Yeah, no, but I understand what you're saying. In terms of the economic benefits, just to ascertain that, and I was encouraged to ask you by the chair, in terms of the Hounslow pound, the Hounslow economic benefit, in terms of your vendors, it was suggested by another member of this committee that there's 7 out of your 100+ vendors that are from the borough. Is that an accurate figure? Do you have a plan to have more local vendors so you're benefiting the local economy more?
I might defer to Elizabeth, who has a master's degree in tourism and economic development, so hopefully she can read her way through this report that we had commissioned.
I think the 7% figures looking at attendees, wasn't it, from Hounslow and the local boroughs. So we've got a range of data that we've used for this, and that is, so the larger event organisers have better data collection systems than the smaller. So this was taken from Festival Public and Waterworks, and they've got a breakdown by postcode ticketing, and 7% comes from those areas. In addition, 2,000 free tickets were offered to residents within a 500-metre radius of the park. So the number of local attendees is higher, but those who actually paid their own money to come were 7%. Interestingly, 8% did come from overseas. If you're looking at the economic benefit from as far as Japan and the USA, and so that's where the real economic value will be. As people will come and stay, they'll come for a whole weekend, they'll stay in local hotels, go out for dinner, etc.
But if I can add to it, I think, Councillor, what you're aiming at is about local procurement of services and vendors. The large events companies tend to do deals with the same people year in, year out because it's reliable. I've spoken to the economic development team here at Hounslow, and we're now, as a trust, we've invited to set on what will be the successor body of the Creative Enterprise Zone. And I think it's through those mediums that we can start to present the promoters with appropriately skilled local technicians and with vendors that are as good as those that they trust. What we can't do is we can't start writing into contracts, you must use vendor X, Y, and Z. But absolutely, my background's in regeneration. We should be making these pounds sticky. They should stick around, and we will do the best we can. But again, through the chair, a 5-year permission gives me more certainty to work on things like that, of building a supply chain. If we do it on an annualized basis, I just don't have the scope to do that.
Okay, final question, Chair, which is in terms of the point that Councillor Lambert made in terms of the HGV entrances and coming from the A4 southwest corner to minimize local disturbance on local roads. What's your view on this? Why have you not implemented this previously? Is this something you're considering doing in the future? Have you run any assessments in-house on this?
I'll try and answer as concisely as possible. We had a scheme in partnership with the 2 councils, the freeholders, in 2019 to look at complete remodeling that southwest entrance. That was to be subject to a bid to National Highways. That bid failed. We then put another bid together in, forgive me if the dates are incorrect, your transport colleagues will know this, I think around about 2023. Again, that was unsuccessful. We will keep banging away at it. We will need a significant amount of investment. The reason we go for National Highways is because of the presence of the M4. There is a fund that National Highways have to mitigate the impact of the major road network on nearby nature and heritage sites. So we are absolutely in the sweet spot for it. We just got to get the bid right, because if we can get a bid from National Highways and the cooperation of TfL, we can do something in that area. So we have looked at it. The other one I've looked at is the entrance on the eastern side near the crossover bridge that Guy mentioned. There is a gate there, but unfortunately there's a whole load of telecom stuff under the ground. So again, the engineering would be significant, but we absolutely, coming in at Pope's Lane is far from ideal. Far from ideal. That trackway is too long. We want to get in from a gate that's nearer, but it's going to take investment. So we're definitely looking at it.
Councillor Page.
We talked a little bit about punitive measures. What would be the impact of a noise abatement order? on your budget, you know, I know I'm not sure how long a noise abatement order would last, but say it was 6 months, what would happen?
Councillor, I'm not really sure I can answer that, never having been subjected to it. I don't even know what the regulatory regime. So let's make a hypothesis. Are you saying that if we were banned from making sound at the licensed levels,
yeah,
then if we're not able to let the site and allow event promoters to run at the licensable level, it would effectively curtail the business.
Yeah, agreed. So my point to the wider board is our punitive measures, they're not, we will never enact them because you're a charity.
Chair, through the chair, I shouldn't really be saying this, but there are a number of punitive measures available to the council that would, for want of a better term, cause us to amend our behaviours that are less draconian than that. So, as was saying, your planning colleagues can serve notices on us that we are required to comply with. The licensing regime can serve a notice on us of breach of licence, and you could call the licence in again. So there are teeth. It's just that you don't need to bite my head off with the first chomp of it, that's all.
Okay, I get that. But if noise continues to prove a problem,
it would be a licensing issue predominantly. The licensing regime is the more flexible of your regulatory regimes than planning, I would suggest. But again, Chair, forgive me, I'm probably straying into what officers should answer. So,
okay,
sorry.
I'll just, that's enough for me. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Farmer-Hand.
Thank you, Chair. As you mentioned, you're making some profit on that one. Do you provide any gesture tickets to the local residents?
For all the events, with the exception of the Soho House Members Festival, which I know was raised here, and what I would say to that, councillors, Soho House is a local business. It's based on Chiswick High Road. But we are doing, with respect, we are doing business with a local business. And so I will defend that. But in terms of every other event, we require in our contracts that every event promoter provides a number of free paired tickets. Some of those are oversubscribed, some undersubscribed, but in 2025, I think Elizabeth is right in telling me there were 2,000 complimentary tickets distributed to local people. Now that's quite a significant sum. If you base that on the average ticket price for one of the larger events, that's 175,000 quid's worth of tickets were given away last year.
Please, can I have quiet, please, 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 please. You are repeatedly disturbing proceedings, so can I ask you to stop? Thank you. Councillor Brown.
You said that in terms of punitive measures that the going through the licensing authority would probably be more flexible. I think you also said that the noise constraints under the terms of the license were less severe than those provided by planning. So does that mean that in actuality you are more bound by the higher noise levels provided by license because we have less capacity to provide punitive measures via the planning process?
Councillor, with respect, I think I've strayed already into answers that are best made by council officers. I have to comply with my licence, and if planning permission is granted here this evening, I have to comply with those conditions. Which one is the more harshest, more rigorous? I'll find out if planning is granted here, but if we breach the planning condition, it's up to your council officers in the corner to take whatever action. I've never breached planning conditions in a 40-year career, and that's not showing up. I just don't know what the consequences of that are, as I've never done it. My planning colleague might know.
Yes, so, as Matthew was alluding to before, there is the option of a breach of condition notice. So if a condition is breached, the council has the powers to serve a breach of condition, which will stop that breach from occurring. So it expressly requires compliance with the condition. So the lower noise limits within this planning application can be imposed via a planning tool alongside the more flexible provisions in the licensing, but as an absolute tool, you can use that breach of condition notice.
Can I ask, one of the objectors suggested a reduction in the number of days rather than a outright refusal of the planning application. Would that be something you'd be willing to entertain if that is the committee's view after our debate?
I would be foolish to say I'm not prepared to consider it, Chair. We've already reduced, so the license allows us 40 days. We've dropped that down to our 10-year application to 28. We've dropped from 28 to 22. There is a critical mass of events and the income that generates that I can't go below. But if this committee was minded to seek to impose as a condition of permission a lower limit than 22, then I'd be foolish not to consider it because I want to try and get permission, Chair. So, but I can't, until the offer is made, Chair, I can't respond.
Okay, so one of the objectors talked about 18 days. Would that be sufficient to do what you need to do with the park whilst it being in kind of, you know, better balance with the temporary harm on local residents on the park?
We can go to 19 as the absolute minimum, given the contractual pipeline we currently are negotiating for 2027. Bearing in mind, Councillor Bowring's asked of me about how much we lost this year. I've got to try and rebuild our reserves because at the moment we're burning through the charity's reserves. I need 19 days. If this permission is granted, I need those 19 days to get those contracts live next year to rebuild our position. So I can go to 19, Chair.
Yeah, sorry, Councillor, if I may. We're straying into slightly dangerous territory in negotiating a planning application at a planning committee, which is not really what should be happening. What members should be doing is considering the application as put to them, which is for 22 days. So there should be a first point where members consider 22 days as the application as submitted to us. And then you should be considering its planning merits only if and when members conclude that on balance, they would like to refuse the application on the basis of the number of days, should we consider looking at a reduction in number of days. So there needs to be that test that needs to be passed first. I get it now that the applicant has offered that. That could be something that could be considered as part of the condition. But I'm really sorry to say that and then checked. There's a split here of band 1 and band 2. You suggested a reduction to 19 days. We haven't specified the band 1 or band 2. So now we've led with that. Do you have any comment on which one of those would be reduced?
I'd like to come in and just say I think residents would probably like to see a reduction across both bands, not just band 2.
Chair.
You want to go to the toilet, mate?
I know,
It's been going on for ages.
Chair, could I?
Okay, we'll just suspend proceedings for. Yeah, that's just suspend proceedings so the council can return. Thank you.
All members need to be fully present to vote on the item. Yeah.
Okay, shall we move to the debate then? Because I'm conscious of time. So who wants to start? You can do, yes. Thank you, applicants, for your time. Do we do that now or during?
Members, I'm just nervous that, as Matthew already said, we shouldn't be sitting here negotiating a planning application at the planning committee. Yeah, I think we should have the debate that the speakers, the applicants should remove themselves, and we should have the debate and see where we go with it. But we do need to consider the application that's been put in front of you this evening first, which is for 21, which is when 22, sorry, for 22 days. We do need to consider that because that is the application that has been consulted on, and this is the one that's been made by the applicants.
Chair, could I both welcome that, but also give you the context of why we're beavering away up here? We have done a lot of financial forecasting based on the application we put through. So any variation that I concede, I have to take a view as to what that means for the financial stability of the CIC and the charity. And what I hoped to be able to do was to give you a sense that we are here to work collaboratively with councillors and the community, but I can't.
Chair, sorry, can we get on with this, please? I mean, we've heard that.
Right,
Can we-
okay,
we-
Tony.
Okay, yeah, okay, yes. Thank you, Councillor Lukey. Before we move to the debate, I've just got to read out a little statement. Apologies for this. I appreciate the time. So we'll now debate the application. Members can ask, please allow the debate to conclude before we move to accept or refuse the recommendation. Members may move changes to recommendations such as additional or amended conditions. Any such changes must also be moved, seconded and voted on before the final decision is voted on. The planning officer will confirm any additional conditions or amendments to the published recommendations prior to the final vote. By voting, each member confirms that they've heard all the representations on the agenda item and reviewed any supporting documents and have not had any difficulties during the representations or amendments. When we vote, please keep your hand up during voting to allow an accurate count to be made. And when the count is complete, the clerk will announce the number of votes for and against the final recommendations and any abstentions. So now we move to the debate.
Chair, can I suggest a comfort break before
Yes,
we do that?
yeah, no
Because-
worries. Okay, we'll have a comfort break for a couple of minutes. Your patience. We had just started moving to the debate, so does anybody want to kick off? Anyone? Or I can. Go on, Councillor Dunn.
It's a long one. It's already a long one, isn't it? We've heard a lot. There's obviously competing interests here, and we have to get the balance right. And there inevitably will be an effect on the community. But I think for me, it's about keeping things in perspective. What is the actual difference from the regime that they're under now with the permitted development, the current licensing conditions, and whilst there is an increase in number of days being proposed, and there's also then other mitigations, and there's decrease in the noise level, and so on. So it's not straightforward. It's quite complex, and I mean, I think overall, I think a balance is struck, but it is going to depend very heavily on the monitoring, the cooperation and collaborative working, services working together to manage these events, because they're big events that have a big effect on the community. And potentially that enforcement regime, although we all hope that it doesn't come to that. So taking everything in the round, I'm minded to approve it, but I think everyone needs to have their say on it and talk about the different things that have come up tonight.
Great. Thank you, Councillor Dunn. Councillor Lukey.
I too would consider approving this, but we've had a suggestion from Gunnersbury and West Chiswick Residents Association, Marie Roberhans, of reducing the numbers. We've had the director of the CIC giving some up as well. So I don't think we should, I don't think we should take those, take that offer off the table. And if we can find a way to approve with a reduced number of events, we should go for it. I mean, if he feels, if the CIC feels that they can work with a reduced number, and consequently a reduced number of days, and I would go for a reduced number of the Band 1 events more than anything. I'd offer it to my colleagues to debate on that basis.
Yeah, so I would agree with that. I'm not convinced that the economic and cultural benefits for the borough outweigh the harm of 22 days, but I could be convinced that a fewer number of days, especially fewer Band 1 events, would strike a better balance. Councillor Lambert.
I think part of what came out in the debate is about the fact that the CIC actually is between a rock and a hard place. The councils, the fact it's two councils is a very big difficulty, and always has been. And Gunnersbury, I've known Gunnersbury Park for 40 years, and it was going down the whole time until we got the heritage investment, but it's not done. You know, we've done one of 4 large listed buildings and a lot of other buildings that are also small things that are listed, and so it's not developed. So we've got to find a way, if we don't do it by this, of getting the councils to put some money into it, because otherwise it's going to go back into a decline that will take it back to what it was 10 years ago when it was horrible. And there's lots of it that is still horrible. And it's a great loss. So I'm minded to approve it as it is, because I think that gives them a chance to begin to build some reserves, to build some, to improve some of those heritage places at risk. Probably the smaller ones, because the bigger ones they won't have enough money to do that for decades. Let's get this. This is a chance to get it back on a positive, positive path. Because at the moment, I don't think it is. Thanks.
Councillor Gowell.
Thank you, Chair. I'm minded to align more with yourself and Councillor Lukey on this, and I appreciate what Councillor Lambert said, and I think the applicant made a very fair point of the guillotine and their financial predicament they're in, but we have to balance the maintaining of the park and also keeping it as a conservation area. Looking at the biodiversity angle of it, looking at the residents and the wider picture of it all, and coming to a balanced view of it. So some of the objectives that residents that live nearby that actually are living the experience of the negative externalities related to these events, like the noise and antisocial behaviour, all other that's come up, to traffic and what have you, have said 18 events, and I'm minded to align with you in the sense it has to be band 1 and 2, but probably more so band 1 because they're more disruptive from a noise perspective in larger events, to strike that balance for residents as well as supporting the CIC. Because my reservations in this is there's no concrete additional policing resources to tackle antisocial behaviour and the wider issues in the area. There's potential CCTV access, but CCTV is not enough. I've spoken with the police myself in the past about this. Without more bobbies on the beat, there will be the same antisocial behaviour concerns and issues of the past. The economic benefits, in my view, are quite loose for the wider borough, for our borough more generally, and there could have been more effort made in that regard, I think, from the applicant. But I appreciate they're also bounded by the events that are put on from their stakeholders, essentially. But also there's no joint up patchwork view on tackling antisocial behaviour, traffic issues, access to the park. It seems to be like there was a bit of a passing the buck. This is where our remit is, then here's the council's job, here's other areas. So there wasn't really that full ownership. And the CIC, yes, they are ultimately responsible for the park chair, but also they have a fiduciary responsibility to the local area and the residents, and also working with all the stakeholders that form fundamentally the fibre of running these events and the consequences and the benefits of them. So it's not just this is where our remit stops, then it's over to them, then it's over to them, because essentially no one takes that full ownership, and the overarching ownership should be the CIC, in my view.
Councillor Dunn, did you want to come in response to anything?
Well, yes, I suppose in response to the point about reducing the number of days, completely see where you're coming from, and obviously we did have a sort of a view from the applicant, but I think we need to understand the legal position here. Because we've got an application in front of us. What I don't want to happen is like that for us to make a decision on that, and then a new if we turn this down, for example, on the basis that they've said 19 days, and then a new application comes in, I mean that opens up everything again. So there seems to be an implication that we can make a decision tonight on 19 days. I'm not sure if that's the case, and I'd like the view of the legal advisor.
Yeah.
Well, we'll wait till Matthew comes back and then we'll.
I'll have, yeah.
Yeah. Well, Councillor Bowring. Matthew. Councillor Dunn has just asked a question about the process for if we did want to amend the application based on the number of days. Are you able to?
Yeah, sorry about this, everyone. So it comes back to the point of negotiating an application at a planning committee, which it really shouldn't happen. So it's been, I get it's been offered, it's been raised, but I think in my view, the application should be deferred until another planning committee to allow the applicants the opportunity to review what has been put to them, and then would come back next month and make a decision based on the revised proposal put forward today. So it's either, I think it's probably either approval today, not amend it, defer it, if that's the situation you'd like to pursue.
Sorry, could I just ask a process question? So if we were to reject it,
it's within your rights to reject it tonight, of course. That's within your right. If you believe the application is not acceptable.
but if we do that, does it then mean that we can't adjudicate on a?
So yeah, I went outside to suggest that deferral is probably the best option to them. That's fine.
Sure.
I'm not a decision maker in this situation.
Chair.
Yep.
Can I move deferral, please?
Can we have a planning reason for I'm sorry, just so it's for the record.
So I think.
Sorry. Just give us a rest. It's difficult enough here without people like you on our ear roll.
So one more comment, sir.
Chair.
Thank you. So I think in terms of deferral, I don't know if we can have a vote on this, is that some of us are not convinced that the balance is correct. So it's either refusal today, well, I'm not prejudging the vote, but the deferral is based on the fact that we're not convinced that the balance has been struck in planning terms.
Yeah, that's fine if that's the view of members, but you would vote on that, obviously. Yeah.
Okay, so do we want to take a vote?
Chair, point of order. I believe you called me for a comment, and then that was.
Oh, sorry.
Is that okay?
Yeah, Councillor Barron, go on. Let's just hear from Councillor Barron first. Thank you.
I think the inescapable fact is every day you take away from the 22 days is income you're taking away from a cash-strapped park. Like Councillor Lambert, I've used it for 4 decades. I remember what it was like, and it's getting back on its feet. And I might have the numbers wrong, but I think the licensing allowed 40 days. They originally wanted 28, then came down to 22. I think they've made significant concessions as well. And I think that the events on Metropolitan Open Land, which is I think it's policy G3, it says we should be encouraging open air leisure, recreation, culture events. It's a good use of Metropolitan land. And I think the funding of the park and of the multiple grade 2 listed structures that are on the at-risk register is of paramount importance. So I'm not in favour of taking away from that 22 days.
Yeah, I mean, I'll say the planning policy also talks about maintaining the openness of Metropolitan Open Land, and I'm not convinced that 115 days is the right amount. Councillor Garwell.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, my view is that 22 days is too many. There's far too much disruption that would come with that to the local area. Hence, I actually align with the officer and others that maybe a deferral, a pause, a reduction in events to find that balance between the concerns our residents have they've endured 3-4 hours of this tonight and come with a lot of passion and their lived experiences, to balance that with what the CIC are grappling with in terms of the longevity of the park and the funding it and what have you, and all those reasons that are completely valid. We need to strike that balance. I feel like we cannot do that tonight because 22 is far too many. So my view is that a deferral would make sense, but if we went to a vote, I can't really, because of the concerns that I've raised, I can't really vote in favour of approving it.
Councillor Nagy.
We are debating whether it's 22 days or 20 days or whatever. My concern is even 1 day more given to this is putting stress on the residents, So we should, I think, reject this whole thing and let it go.
Anybody else? Councillor Page.
Yeah, I'm accepting the fact that there should be some music festivals. And I think we, as a planning organisation, should look at various options the next time it possibly is brought back. And we should look at maybe 10 years as well, because that gives them more stability. And that allows them to have less events possibly, because they can add more value to the events organisers. So that would allow them to charge more. But that's options to be discussed. But I'm for deferring. I won't vote for it.
Okay. Do you want to? Yeah, I'm happy to second Tony Lucas' motion. So,
Thank you. The reason we would do this is to get something over. We've had these suggestions of a shorter number of events. We've had the applicant volunteering this shorter number of events. We've got this. This is a little bit of jam today, rather than coming back with a 10-year or with a shorter number or none at all. This organisation has to continue. Okay. Yes, it would be nice. It would be nice if we could fund it more. But the reason we created this CIC in the first place is because of austerity back in the day, and it hasn't really gone away. It will come back at some. The good days will come back at some point. But let's work with what we've got on the table at the moment. So I'll move a deferral, bring it back to the next meeting, and then with a concrete recommendation on the days that they've offered. But I would say 8 band ones and 11 band 2s on this, and if we can work on that basis, Chair. I thank you for seconding.
So we'll move to a vote then. So those in favour of deferral.
That's 10 votes for deferral.
Those opposed to deferral.
Two noes.
Okay. Any abstentions?
And that was one abstention. I've clearly missed one. There's 14 of you.
Somebody who hasn't voted.
Apologies. Have you all voted? Yes. Could all the yeses raise their hand again? Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. Apologies, everybody. I did miss one of the yeses. So it's carried to defer by 11 votes for, 2 votes against, and 1 abstention.
Okay. Thank you. We'll just pause for a second. If anybody wants to leave the meeting, they can do. If people could clear the room, please. We've got 2 more agenda items to consider, and it's 10:30 or whatever. So, thank you. Yeah. Okay, we'll now move to agenda item 5, which is 80 to 82 Staines Road.
Councillor, please. Yeah. we shouldn't be having discussions with members of the public wants to vote or before the vote, please. Have you?
Right, agenda item 5, 80 to 82 Staines Road. I now ask the officer to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. I will keep this one relatively brief and maybe hold it over for questions. So 80 to 82 Staines Road, this is a site allocation within our local plan for 50 new homes. It is only about 200 metres from where we are now within the Hounslow Heath ward. I'm hoping most people know where it is. It's currently a gym. It's next to the Wetherspoons and Staines Road. This is an idea of the site plan. So just to draw your attention, it's the red line which is around the gym and its surroundings, and it's also got the access route as well, which is part of the proposal. So I'm just going to run quickly through some photographs. So the ones you're seeing at the moment is the entrance to the site. So this is what it looks like from Staines Road and looking back up to Staines Road. This is the northern frontage of the gym. So this is looking back towards the properties at front Staines Road. So you've got access and rear services there. This is on the western side of the northern frontage. So now we're looking back towards Cromwell Street and towards the Monastery Nursery. Now we're looking on the eastern side. So this is looking back towards where the Whole Foods supermarket is. And again, western side towards Cromwell Street. Severn side, so this is back towards Grove Road, which is to the south of the site. And this is a demolition plan. So essentially what's happening is that they are demolishing the gym and replacing it with a proposal, which is formed of 2 blocks to the north of the site, which is one's 3 to 5 stories, the other one's 4 to 6 stories, and then 13 townhouses to the south of the site, which is in total 58 homes. And it looks like this. So this is the ground floor. So you can see in terms of the access, they have improved the access. They've introduced greenery along the access. Most of the parking is gone apart from 2 disabled bays in there, with the potential just on the left-hand side for 2 further disabled bays should they be required to meet Blue Badge standards. The northern side of the buildings there are the blocks of flats, the southern side of the townhouses. So I'm just going to go up and you'll get a feeling of what it's in there. Obviously the amenity space in the middle. Actually, sorry, I'll go back a slide. So you've got bin stores circulated there, and you've got a cycle store circulated there, and there's the amenity space in the middle with bin stores in the central area as well. Moving up through the plans, so again, the first floor is the top plan there. The second floor is the bottom plan. So you can see the maisonettes are over, the townhouses are over 3 stories in the central part. And then moving up through the 3rd and 4th floors, 5th and roof plans. And this is what it looks like. So looking from the north and south elevation of the blocks at the northern side, so there you can see one's 4 to 6 stories, one's 3 to 5 stories. They are stepped on the eastern and western elevations. And then this is the elevation of the townhouses to the southern side of the site. So again, you'll see there are 2 stories to either side and 3 stories in the middle. And this is an elevation of the apartment block. So this is a 4 to 6 story apartment block, and then sections through it. And then more sections through the north and western side. And this is the landscaping. So what's proposed as part of the landscaping, and then they've got this structure to the entrance of the site, which helps to form wayfinding. In general, we believe it's an acceptable design. It's got 69% carbon reductions. It's got the Blue Badge parking, otherwise it's car free. It's in a controlled parking zone, so that should restrict parking. Urban greening factor and biodiversity net gain meet or exceed standards. There were 30 objections to the original application. So because there's no speakers tonight, I'm just gonna give a bit of insight as to what residents were concerned about. So they were concerned about light and outlook, the scale of the building. They were concerned about privacy and overlooking, the design of the scheme, infrastructure, traffic, and loss of a gym. So what happened was, as part of this proposal, they redesigned the scheme. They brought down the scale of the buildings, particularly where it joins the neighbouring properties and on the side of the Wetherspoons. They improved the design of the scheme. It went through design review panel. It came out. They revised it to address the concerns that were raised, and then we did a second round of consultation, which is when objections were reduced to 3, and now no one's speaking tonight. So I'm hoping that means that the number of concerns are addressed. Obviously, we can't be 100% sure on that. But I will then hit one of the key issues, which is going to be that there is no affordable housing attached to the scheme. There is no affordable housing because it is not viable to do so. And I know I've spoken to planning committee as others at length about viability and the need to ensure that the scheme is viable in order to deliver any homes in the first place. The deficit for this one is £801,000, which leaves them with a 13.93% profit margin. I don't have much more to say. This has been through the standard process. It's been reviewed by an independent viability reviewer. There will be clawback mechanisms through early and late stage review. So there is the chance to claw back affordable housing. There is a chance to bring in affordable contributions if and when the economy improves. It is in there, but as it stands, there is no affordable housing attached to the scheme. Sorry, I did that really quickly. So maybe I'll leave the rest of the questions if that's okay, Chair.
Great, thanks, Matthew. I did have a question about the affordable housing. So, I mean, I've only been on one planning committee, but often it's the applicant disagreeing with the viability assessment, right? But in this report, the applicant says that there is sufficient money being made to allow for affordable housing, but the independent assessment disagrees with that.
Sorry if I've misrepresented that position. No, the applicant provided a viability assessment that says it was in deficit as well. So they weren't providing it, and then that was independently checked. The figures. Oh, sorry, I don't know. Has this been
I mean, I haven't got the report in front of me, but I'm sure it says somewhere that, like, the applicant says that there's sufficient profit being made for affordable housing.
That would never be the case. Sorry. So if there's a misprint in the report, I'll have to apologise for that. There would be no circumstances where we reject an offer of affordable housing.
Okay.
So their deficit was about 2 million. The independent review deficit was 800,000. So both considered it to be in deficit.
Okay. I will go and find the.
Sorry. Okay.
Go and find it. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Luke.
This has come back, hasn't it? Didn't we have this site a couple of years ago?
I have no recollection of that. Sorry, Councillor.
With a bingo, on the bingo hall.
Yeah, it used to be a bingo hall. That's right.
And there was an application to put a row of houses in there.
Yeah, you have.
I couldn't find it. I couldn't find it on the planning website. All right.
Sorry.
Okay. We're going to knock down Wetherspoons, I know.
Councillor Hill.
But just quickly on the point you raised about the deficit, what Matthew said is my understanding as well, that the applicant and the independent surveyor said that there's a deficit. But I had a question on that separate to the one I was going to ask. I'm going to ask the second one first because it's a pedantic and hopefully easy one. I could have sworn you just said 58 homes in total. There's a table that says 53, but there's also a mention in the summary of 60 new homes. What are we approving?
Yeah, apologies. It's going to. Can I just? Are you on the description of the proposal, Jackie? At the top of the report, or is it clearly stated? There's a description of the proposal, which is the number of homes. If the officer's report differentiates, now my sincere apologies.
While you're checking out, the question that I had about the viability of the affordable housing was, there's a reason given by the applicant and the independent surveyor that the company's in deficit, but there's no detail about what that is and the justification of the deficit. You know, how is it accumulated? Why is it so bad that they can't afford to build affordable homes? So that was my question. Where's the detail?
So, sorry, 53 homes with apologies. So the detail comes from the initial viability assessment is publicly available. So that is online and everyone gets to see that. Then the detailed review, which is undertaken by BPS, is an internal document. But it basically outlines all of it. It goes through all of the criteria in terms of build costs, existing use value, professional fees, profit margins, and then how much they'd sell for. It goes through it. They do side-by-side comparisons. And as I say, the applicant found it to be around 2 million in deficit. BPS found it to be £800,000 in deficit. They were both in deficit, so there was no affordable housing being delivered part of it. So that is an internal document, yeah, apologies. But in the future, it's okay. We can be more transparent with that internal document if you want more figures.
Thank you.
Councillor Gowell.
Thank you, Chair. It's a lot of homes for the space that we're talking about. So I think that's a real maximisation of land there. But that's a bit of a worry in the sense that, you know, putting that many people in that small space, there's a bit of a worry from that regard. I understand the privacy point because it would be overlooking a lot of residents, and it's a heavily populated area. I guess the question I have is, have you done a social infrastructure report in terms of school places, GPs and what have you, and with the influx of these many people?
Yeah, thank you, Councillor. Ironically, one of the policies contained in the London Plan is maximising site capacity. So the concerns about potential overdevelopment is a word that's often thrown about, is that you're looking for it to manifest itself in concerns, and that is, how would it manifest itself in harm? In this case, we've assessed loss of light, outlet, privacy, and so on and so forth. We've been through all of those and considered there's no harm attached to it. In terms of the infrastructure, so there is a section in the report that talks about school places have been assessed. I think it was 28 school places generated. There is capacity within the local catchment to accommodate the school places. There is an NHS contributions formed as part of this. So it's the NHS that put to us. They tell us they went through their Hoodle model. They tell us how much of a contribution would be required for a scheme this scale. That's attached in there. So doctors and schools is covered within the report. And yeah, otherwise there's an infrastructure delivery plan that's associated with schemes like this. This is in the local plan. We have planned for this coming forward. The infrastructure delivery plan deals with the details around that. So hopefully that's reasonably covered.
Councillor Lambert.
First of all, a question. I'm sort of wrestling with the energy statement, and so what I really want to know is it heated by gas? It doesn't say. It says lots of other stuff. Doesn't actually say that.
No, it's so no gas boilers. There's 69% carbon reductions over Part L. Sorry, so I throw around 69% like everyone will understand what it is. It meets.
It's me being thick.
No gas. It exceeds the standards. 35% is a requirement. It exceeds it up to 67%. Then there's a carbon offset fund as well to make it carbon neutral overall. So in the designer scheme, there's a significant carbon reduction over 35%. Then they give us money to make it net carbon neutral overall.
Okay. So I'm going to say what I always say. You can anticipate it. We've got a policy which says we want affordable housing. If people come and say we can't do it, we say, well, we should say go away and come up with something that complies with our policy. That's my opinion. That was my opinion last week. Nobody agreed with me. It's my opinion now.
Councillor Dunn.
I don't think it's fair to say no one agrees with you. We all think that would be the right thing to do in a perfect world. But we know that if we do that, the applicant will have a legal case to appeal, and it will go through on appeal because they have a viability assessment that has been independently assessed.
People used to say that when I was on planning before, and we still said that, and they went and did different sums and came up with a different proposal.
But that's following what our officers have already been negotiating hard with.
But it was
Should we
always
save this
like
for the
that,
debate?
but we still pushed them back.
Let's save this for the debate.
And for this application.
Who else wants to ask a question? No. Okay, shall we move to debate then? Who wants to start? Councillor Barry.
Chair, this is policy compliant. There is no planning reason to refuse it. It's delivering new homes in a central location. It's a brownfield site. It is regrettable there's no affordable housing, but it's been viability. It's non-viable. So that's not a reason to refuse it. There's no reason to refuse it. We're in a housing crisis. We need more homes. I move that we approve it.
Any seconders? Yep. So we move to the vote then. So those in favour of the application.
It's 12 in favour.
Those opposed. I don't think there's any abstentions.
2 no, so there can't be any abstentions, Chair.
Yeah.
They voted. So it's approved by 12 votes to 2.
Thank you. We now move to agenda item 6, Halesmere, I believe is the pronunciation, Heathrow Estate. I invite the officer to present the report.
Thank you, Chair. I'll just try to get through this briefly. The site is located at the interchange of Great South West Road and the Parkway. The site is generally level and comprises 4 industrial warehouse buildings in class B8, B1 use. The existing buildings are approximately 10 meters in height, and they provide around 28,000 GA of floor space, 25,000 GIA square meters of floor space. The existing buildings face inwards, away from the road frontages, and include associated parking. The site is part of the wider Halesmere Heathrow Estate, a locally significant industrial site, which is just a local plan designation for employment land. It also incorporates the wider Hazelmere and Heathrow industrial estate directly to the west and the industrial estates to the south on the opposite side of Great South West Road. To the west is Cranford Junior School. To the north, the site is bounded by residential properties along Chawson Avenue, with the rear of the residential properties along Stansford Road overlooking the site and the opposite side on the opposite side of the parkway. Further to the southeast, you have residential properties on Warwick Road and Chester Road, and they are oriented towards the site. To the east is further east beyond the Crane Bank is Heathrow Airport. We also have the River Crane corridor, also the Crane Valley Park. It's designated as a Metropolitan Greenbelt and a site of importance to nature conservation and local nature reserve. In terms of so these are views of the existing sites or the existing buildings within the Hazelmere estate. The development parameters. So the proposed development parameters are as follows: maximum floor space, about 50,000 square meters of data center floor space, including ancillary offices, internal plant and equipment, including flues and substation. For work units, it's a maximum floor space up to 4,150 square meters. Building heights, the data center building, in terms of the parameters, will be up to a maximum of 23.25 meters. That's 45.25 AOD. Work units up to 9.5 meters. That's 31.5 AOD. So that's above ordnance datum, which is just a measuring facility in terms of height used by quantity surveyors and mapping. The substation is up to 11.5 meters, 33.5 AOD. If we scroll on to the next page, we can see the proposed parameter plan. So it also includes setbacks. So you can see that you have the main data center building in pink, you have the work units in green, the substation in blue. For the data center, in terms of the setback, is 24 meters from the northern elevation of the data center building to the boundary with Cranford Primary School, 64 meters from the northeast elevation, so that's the corner of the data center building to the boundary with Chaucer Avenue, 18 meters from the south elevation of the data center building to the boundary with Great South West Road, which has an area of green space and the site's internal road, Silver Jubilee Way, between the data center building and this highway. 24 meters from the east elevation of the data center building to the main site access on Silver Jubilee Way, also known as Earhart Way. For the work units, 10 meters from the west elevation of work unit 1 to the boundary of Cranford Primary School, 17 meters from the north elevation of work unit 1 and work unit 2 to the boundary with Chaucer Avenue, 10 meters from the east elevation of work unit 3 to the boundary with the parkway, which has an area of green space between the unit and the parkway. And then lastly, 28 meters from the north elevation of work unit 3 to the boundary with Chaucer Avenue. Building footprints and no built zones. So the area which is not colored in, these are the no built zones. Within the no built zone, no built development will be permitted other than surface water attenuation, structural planting, landscaping, perimeter fencing, land sculpting, footpaths and cycleways, vehicle including EV charging and covered cycle parking, relocated and underground power lines and other utilities and apparatus, including fuel tanks, creations of roads and footpaths, and creation of ecological habitats. I'm just going to also discuss, so this is an illustrative scheme. That's one way in which the development envelope can be brought forward at reserve matters, but that will all be subject to the design code. It's also important to mention that this application is an outline application. What that is, it seeks to establish whether the scale and nature of proposed development is acceptable in planning terms before a detailed reserve matter application is put forward. In outline planning applications, less detail is expected than for a full planning application. Outline planning permission is granted subject to conditions requiring the subsequent approval of one or more reserve matters, i.e. matters which are reserved for later determination, as defined in the Town and Country Planning Development Management Procedure, England Order 2015 as amended. So for example, reserve matters include access, appearance, landscaping, layout, and scale. In this particular case, for this application, access is the single matter submitted in detail. At this stage, with all other matters being reserved, the details of appearance, landscaping, layout and scale will be subject to reserved matters. But the details for access, for example, from the public highway into the site and related matters are considered on this outline application. So for the avoidance of doubt, the detailed designs will include internal roads and access to the parameter zones and buildings. Access into the buildings will come forward as part of the corresponding reserved matters applications. The outline plan application is also subject to the proposed development parameter plan, which you saw on screen before this illustrative plan that you can see now on the site, and the design code, which, if outline planning permission is granted, the reserved matters would need to accord with. The application also includes contextual illustrative concepts of the proposal within the visualization section of the design and access statement and the site concept design visuals within the design code. These show how a data center on site might be developed during reserved matter submissions in accordance with the proposed development parameters and plan. So just a bit about how we try to secure exemplary design through this type of application. It being an outline application, they're looking for approval for the parameters. We secure exemplary design and other rules and principles through the design code. So the policy basis for this is in London Plan Policy D4, which relates to delivering good design and says that design codes should be used to help bring forward development and ensures it delivers high quality design and placemaking. So design codes submitted with outline plan applications for large developments can be one way to ensure that design quality is upheld throughout the planning process. The main purpose is to describe the key design principles of a development proposal in a simple, concise, and mainly geographical format, and they should draw on the proposal's layout, massing, and heights to define the principal features that make up the overall design integrity of the scheme. Assessment of the design of large elements of development, such as landscaping or building facades, should be undertaken as part of assessing the whole development and not deferred for consideration after planning permission has been granted. So throughout this, before the application was made, the applicant entered into a planning performance agreement in 2025 with the council, and the design code was a major part of those discussions. So in terms of the design code, it sets out the design requirements that guide the physical development of the site, and the design code that's been submitted was the subject of discussion, iteration, and also input from the council's urban design officers to ensure that this design quality can be brought forward when a formal, detailed proposal and envelope is known. In terms of the submitted design code, it includes a range of land use planning considerations, such as materials and appearance of the buildings, landscape and secure design, sustainable designs such as energy. An important consideration and a public benefit, which we'll discuss later, is connecting to the future district heating network and off-taking heat, ensuring that the design of the building in terms of its performance also meets BREEAM certification, targeting an excellent score of 70% or above, ecological benefits on site, amenity space for staff, noise and sound attenuation, and also ensuring that access and circulation, connectivity and movement, vehicle and pedestrian access, movements for staff and visitors, surface car parking, waste storage, removal, emergency access, and inclusive design is included. So with regard to the proposed parameters, the final design will not necessarily extend to the parameters that we've seen in the parameter plan. These parameters represent only the maximum parameters and will be influenced by the design code in terms of the rules and principles set out for each of the considerations mentioned. So in terms of this application, it is a major development. So in terms of part 1, F and G of the Town and Country Planning General Management Procedure Order, it has a floor space which will be created in excess of 1,000 square meters. The site has an area of over 1 hectare. It's also a GLA referable scheme, being in and outside of central London, with a total floor space exceeding 15,000 square meters. The application was referred to the GLA through the stage 1 process. Conditions and section 106 obligations are recommended by the LPA and have been reviewed by the GLA. Now, looking at the relevant policy considerations, data centers are an emerging industrial type activity. The National Planning Policy Framework, it states that local planning authorities should look to help create the conditions in which businesses can invest, expand, and adapt. Significant weight should be placed on the need to support economic growth and productivity, taking into account both local business needs and the wider opportunities for development. The approach is taken should allow the area to build its strengths, counter any weaknesses, and address the challenges of the future. This is particularly important where Britain can be a global leader in driving innovation and in areas of high levels of productivity, which should be able to capitalize on their performance and potential. NPPF paragraph 87 goes on to state that these provisions should include clusters or networks of knowledge and data-driven, creative or high technology industries, and for new, expanded or upgraded facilities and infrastructure that are needed to support the growth of these industries, including data centers and grid connections. What are data centers? So data centers are specialized facilities that house computer systems and associated infrastructure, storage and network equipment to manage the processing and store large amounts of data. Data centers enable the receipt, storage, transmission, and processing of very large quantities of digital data generated because of the increasing number of digital devices and functions across a range of applications. They are equipped with a guaranteed and resilient power supply and high bandwidth connectivity. This demand is driven by the increasing number of digital services and functions across a range of applications and sources, including telecoms, financial services, education, retail, transport, health, and entertainment, to name a few. Data centers have been formally recognized as critical national infrastructure since September 2024. This designation reflects their essential role in maintaining national resilience, cybersecurity, and economic continuity. Data centers are now seen not merely as industrial buildings, but as digital powerhouses that underpin almost every aspect of economic activity and innovation. We mentioned that the applicant entered into a pre-application device in 2025. The principle of the development, including enhancing industrial floor space and employment capacity through the intensification of employment on this industrial site and co-location, was discussed. Discussions also including setting out site-appropriate development parameters for building heights, building footprint, and distances from boundaries. The need for robust community and stakeholder engagement, the promotion of sustainable modes of transport to and from the site, exporting heat from the data center for the use on the site and the local area. The design code was also discussed to ensure that exemplary design standards are carried through to detailed reserve matters. A bit on community engagement. This included a consultation website, flyer distribution, in-person public exhibition, and stakeholder engagement. The scope of the community engagement, methods of engagement, dates, and coordination is set out in paragraph 6.1 to 6.5 of the committee report. Consultations, 450 neighbors, a number of local amenity groups and local stakeholders were notified, including the Heston Residents Association, the Crane Valley Partnership, Friends of the River Crane Environment, and Cranford Primary School. Letters were sent out on the 22nd of December. 4 site notices were placed up in key locations around the site, including at the junction of Great South West Road, the Parkway, one on the access of Earhart Way, one on Chester Road and Berkeley Avenue, and it was advertised in the press. 1 objection was received. So from 450 neighbors and consultation with the local stakeholders and amenities groups, 1 objection was received in terms of infrastructure. The rejection related to electricity capacity and usage concerns, the development's regulated carbon emissions, and that recommendations were made for that it should be suitably mitigated and conditioned. The local planning authority's response is that the applicant submitted a utility statement, and that states that a connection from the National Energy System Operator, NESO, has been offered for a new 800 megavolt ampere electricity supply. So in terms of real power, to power the proposed data center, a separate electricity supply proposed for the work units from SSEN, and is subject to commercial agreement on that. So that's published on the file, so we can mention that, but it's also subject to commercial agreement. Additionally, identification of existing infrastructure engagement with local suppliers for fiber optic, potable water is also set out in the utility statement. On that, planning conditions are included to ensure the proposal's regulated carbon emissions are compliant with the London Plan and Part L of the building regulations at reserve matters. Planning obligations are proposed to ensure that the carbon offset contribution is captured at reserve matters when detailed energy targets and measures are known. That's subject to a legal agreement. Another comment in the objection that was received about noise and air quality impacts, and that these should be suitably mitigated and conditioned. Biodiversity should be enhanced and the visual amenity of neighbouring property safeguarded. The council's response: planning conditions are included to safeguard the amenities of local residents, adjoining businesses and the locality during the construction and operation phases of the development. Planning conditions are included to ensure a long-term landscaping strategy with management and maintenance schedules, and to ensure that this is carried forward at reserve matter stage. On-site biodiversity net gain is subject to a legal agreement, And then the final comment on the objection was about transport. So this is transport and construction impacts should be suitably mitigated and conditioned. The council's response planning conditions are included to control transport impacts during construction. So general observations and recommendations received from the Crane Valley Partnership, those are included in paragraph 7.5 of the committee report. And also one letter of support was received from Cranford Primary School. That's in paragraph 7.4 of the committee report. The receipt of one objection from 415 neighbour and amenity notifications, and the receipt of recommendations and a letter of support from 2 adjoining and nearby stakeholders indicates the effective community engagement. Nevertheless, the sole objection has been duly considered in this application, and conditions and mitigation raised are included in this outline application for reserved matters. Separate consultation also was carried out with the Greater London Authority and TfL. Transport for London have requested financial contributions, so 200,000 towards feasibility studies for cycling and pedestrian improvements to the Parkway and Great South West Road. And there are no outstanding concerns. Following the stage 1 process, additional constituency comments received from the GLA, and these are included in the addendum for inclusion in paragraph 7.5, and they state that the committee report assessment and conditions are of a very good standard and detail, and gives us the confidence that the issues can be dealt with at reserved matters and condition stage. Nothing further required on this point now. Planning consideration, so the principal land use, mainly B8 data center use in locally significant industrial sites, employment land, is a suitable land use, and this is outlined in London Plan Policies E4, E6, E7, and SI6, as well as local plan policies ED1 and ED2. So it's a suitable land use within an employment site. In terms of employment, we seek that development proposals should promote new employment growth and intensification of floor space and jobs in employment sites. Indicative floor space uplift of 20,000 square meters is demonstrated through the indicative illustrative scheme. The proposal can deliver local, regional, and national economic benefits in terms of an uplift in floor space, skilled jobs, gross value added, and training initiatives in Hounslow. A proportion of affordable workspace at rents below market rates is specified in emerging policy ED1. It seeks a 10% of operational floor space at a rental discount of at least 45% of market rates. This will be subject to the Section 106 agreement, but in terms of adopted policy, the London Plan Policy E3, as well as our own policies, will be looking to secure affordable workspace as part of the operational floor space of the data center. In terms of existing tenants, they're expected to vacate between Q4 2026 and 2027. Energy and sustainability. So we've spoken briefly about the regulated carbon. So the offices, lighting, mechanical ventilation, air conditioning, and toilet fans. These will be considered under conditions relating to BREEAM, ensuring that a score of 70% or greater, which is an excellent rating, is achieved. Unregulated energy relates to servers, so that's not regulated. However, we also mentioned that the applicant is sought to secure 80 megavolt amperes electricity supply for the data center building. Reserve matters will be required to achieve the 70% score for BREEAM. So that's just the building research establishment environmental assessment method, and it's looking at, again, energy, water, materials, waste, land use ecology, and that will be subject to independent review by the BREEAM and also review by our local energy consultants in the council. We'll also be securing Section 106 contributions in terms of the carbon offset to cover any shortfall. The actual amount will be known at reserve matter stage when a detailed form of the development is known. The applicant is not a data center operator, but will be looking to lease or sell the site onto a data center operator to come on board to provide their specific parameters for the data center building. So that is important in terms of the compute power, the scaling of the floor space, and once that's known, then a figure can be provided for the carbon offset contribution. In terms of design and appearance, the proposed height and massing are considered acceptable in terms of the parameters. These will be subject to detailed consideration at reserve matter stage, looking at the materials, typology, articulation, detailing of the elevations and landscaping proposals. The design code ensures that we'll be looking to secure that exemplary design standard at reserve matters when that comes forward. In terms of noise and air quality, noise impacts will be controlled by a series of conditions during the construction and operational phases of development. Air quality impacts are predicted to be negligible at all human receptors locations, with modeled emissions being acceptable. The air quality impact assessment was reviewed by our external consultant, as well as internally by the council's environmental health officers and pollution control officers, with prediction concentrations being well below air quality objectives. Conditions are included to ensure a policy compliant scheme at reserve matter stage. We've included quite a number of extensive noise as well as air quality conditions relating to the substation, the data center, and the work units individually. So they're all considered, as well as conditions controlling noise impacts and also the movement of materials and cars to and from the site during construction phase. Transport. So this is a matter which is considered in detail as part of the scheme. Sorry. Okay. It's in the report. Okay, moving on to the benefits of the proposal. It will provide additional data center capacity, the inclusion of work units on the site, including a full workspace subject to Section 106. This is beneficial for small to medium-sized businesses and represents an effective and policy-compliant use of brownfield industrial employment land. In addition, the outline planning energy statement provides enough sufficient detail to show that 35% reduction in regulated carbon emissions, including a 15% at B-lean stage, could be achieved at reserve matter stage. The application will be subject to conditions as well as stage 2 referral with the GLA to look at detailed modeling, as well as to look at the draft Section 106 to show that the energy sustainability of the development is maximized. And a big one now. The council declared a climate emergency in 2019. About 70% of the heating is through non-renewables. This provides a unique opportunity to harness excess heat from the data center building for the future Hounslow District Heat Network to support the decarbonization and the delivery of sustainable development, and that will be subject to a Section 106 agreement and additional stage 2 referral to the GLA. The economic benefits are discussed in the report in terms of GVA, localized improvements to pedestrian and cyclist safety and connectivity, also discussed in the report, with obligations which have been recommended by TfL and Hounslow Transport Polo. Right. Okay.
Is there a roundup you can do?
Yes. Recommendation resolution for approval of the outline planning application is therefore recommended subject to stage 2 referral to the Mayor of London, planning conditions and the Section 106 agreement and Section 27 works under the Highway Act. If members approve the application, the development will be subject to stage 2 and then additional energy modeling, maximizing regulated carbon emissions, urban greening and discussion at stage 2 with the GLA. Any questions?
Great, thanks, Leodon. Sorry, we've kept you until whatever time it is. Any questions? Councillor Lambert.
I've got quite a lot actually, because I'm getting all green on you. The first thing is not really green, but it says I'm told that the draft Hounslow local plan includes this site and concludes Hounslow viability assessment indicates development of the site is not viable due to the presence of a large amount of existing development on site, creating a high existing value. And in addition to which, I believe there are 208 jobs on that site today. And that they've cooked up something which mysteriously comes up with 210 jobs as a result of this development. So it's positive for it, but in about 15 years it might be positive for employment. So that's my first question. This sounds like nonsense to me, but you may know better.
So the question is specifically the veracity of the figures provided in the application?
What I'm really
Yes, I think that's
saying
true,
is
yeah.
I'm very skeptical that this will provide 210 jobs, or more than about 10 jobs, actually.
You can leave that to the debate. Leave that to the debate, maybe. I think the question is just, do you trust the claims that are being made on employment figures?
Okay, can I respond now? Okay. So existing employment numbers have been provided and they're mentioned within the report. In regards to the proposed job numbers, typically a data center development will provide 90 full-time equivalent jobs. And with the work units, they provide an uplift, and the policy ED1 seeks to ensure that there is no reduction in jobs as well as an increase in floor space in terms of policies relating to employment sites. Now that is obviously modeled, and we will be able to look in that in more detail when reserve matters come in. But in terms of the figures that have been presented, those are the the existing employment on site. We've also got numbers in terms of when they're likely to vacate the existing tenants. That's in 2026 and 2027. So those are the figures that we have presented before us. There's nothing to suggest that these figures have been cooked or they're not true. But these can be reviewed further at reserve matter stage.
I mean, except there may be jobs later. We'll definitely lose 208 when they start knocking down the existing development. So anyway, that's.
Keep it to questions, please. We will have debate, and you'll be able to share your views then. But can we just keep it to questions, please?
Okay. So my question is, have we looked at? Are we convinced that there's electricity availability? Because we know there is a shortage of electricity availability in West London, and this thing will take up enough power to. My friend who knows about these things says it's the same as 550,000 houses. That the electricity for the data center.
That's a very good point. As part of the pre-application discussions in 2025 and before, when we were hearing about proposals at the site, one of the requirements is that they provide evidence through documentation that they've had discussions with local energy providers such as SSEN and the actual amount of energy or the power supply to connect up to the data center. So in terms of the utility statement, it's a connection which is coming from outside the borough for 80 megavolt amperes. So that's not going to be impacting existing capacity within the borough. There are a number of routes in terms of GSP, grid supply points, of where that's coming from. One source is from Laleham GSP. So in terms of existing capacity, they've secured or have an agreement for the power to come in to supply the data center building. I'll try to keep this brief. As part of discussions on this, we've had discussions with the GLA in terms of data centers, and there was a study which was published last year, which officers were part of in terms of trying to secure, information on energy to ensure that there's no impact on existing capacity for like housing developments, and also making sure the economic needs of the borough are met, as well as ensuring that we're future-proofing data center sites when they come forward to offtake the excess heat for the added benefit of decarbonizing the grid. The London plan, so in terms of the emerging policy, a new draft London plan was published in July last year, and it has a specific policy relating to data centers. It's policy GLE3. It's a new policy, and it looks like strategic criteria for local plans to identify suitable locations, including the availability of land, electricity network, and water supply capacity without compromising the supply and need for housing. So we've already had these discussions at pre-application stage with the applicant before the draft policy is coming to play. So this ensures that at an early stage, we have those commitments from the developer looking to secure that through the Section 106 to ensure that at reserve matter stage, we don't have those concerns. Officers, so I've also been taking part in discussions with other important stakeholders like the Environment Agency, looking at water, looking at cooling systems. Also last year, there was a roundtable with a number of other local authorities looking at how we can ensure in this emerging policy context that we can consider these appropriately, where there isn't adopted policy, but policies are coming forward, which give us more teeth and assurances to ensure that these wider strategic needs are considered as part of applications. It's a bit difficult in outline applications because they're permissions in principle, and you're only looking at, say, the development parameters. So what tools do we have to ensure these, requirements, these aspirations? So we have the design code to look at design. We have the Section 106, and we also include our partners who provide detailed technical advice and looking at space requirements for heat offtake. The GLA who also provide comments within their energy memo to ensure that you're future-proofing the site and to provide a maximum improvement in terms of carbon reductions. So these are in play and have been considered as part of this application. Going forward, there's much more policy basis and backing for us to ensure that these considerations are considered, and also we can refer to them within the actual adopted policies as they come forward to adoption.
I'll restrict myself to one more, which is about this is an area which is right next to Heathrow, and we're told that there's a great shortage of space for warehousing, which means we're going to have to build them all over Hatton Fields, which is not popular. Why are we not encouraging a warehouse here rather than a data center, which could be anywhere?
Sorry, just for the room, consider the development in front of you, Councillor. Sorry.
Can I just come in on the NESO connection? So I couldn't find the utility statement on the planning portal anywhere, but is there a NESO connection in mind, like a time frame? Because we know that there's a lot of competition for connections.
So I'm just going to the specific section, just bear with me. So the utility statement submitted on so it's dated the 25th of November. It is part of the published documents. And what it mentions here is that a connection from the National Energy System Operator, NESO, has been offered for a new 80 megawatt ampere electricity supply to power the proposed data center. A second separate electricity supply is proposed for the work units from SSEN and is subject to a commercial agreement. So in terms of the time frame of when the connection will be put in place, it'll be subject to that commercial agreement. So developers, data center operators, they need certain assurances because these are sensitive in terms of commercially. But what we've required as part of the application is that they provide that information, that they've had these discussions and include that within the application. So should approval be granted, Outline Planning Commission, they'll be able to re-engage and be able to secure those commercial agreements. But it's a matter of that those agreements, those discussions have taken place as part of the application to show that that can be provided.
Okay, all right, thank you. In terms of the affordable workspace, obviously that's subject to the Section 106 agreement. Is there an intention to phase it so that everything, the data center is not going to be built and then they're going to do the affordable workspace? Like, how quickly can we get the affordable workspace online?
So within the parameters, there are different zones. There's the data center. If we go to the parameter plan. Yep. So there are 3 zones. There's the data center build zone, and that's within a secure fence line. There's also the substation build zone and the work unit zone. So in terms of the delivery of each of these areas, it'll be subject to the Section 106. I've worked with the regeneration team as part of the council to look at what can be included in terms of the obligations, the time frame, the leasing agreements, at what rates that we can secure the work units. It's very important for safeguarding employment on site. So these are looking at office and also other, like for example, innovative industries, typically for small and medium-sized enterprises. That will be set out within the Section 106 and will be subject to the stage 2 of the GLA. And we want to ensure that in terms of the time frame that it is obviously makes sense, it's viable, and how that will be managed. So that will be included there. But in terms of the delivery, it will be important obviously to have the data center coming forward in terms of for the applicant. But largely for the site itself, getting that employment through the work units is important. We'll be primarily looking at on-site provision in terms of the affordable rate, discount on the market, but also there's flexibility that will be included for off-site provision. For example, if there are other locations within the borough, Brentford, Chiswick, where they're more attractive to proposed tenants, that a contribution can be made there. So not to get too ahead, obviously we're looking at this site specifically in detail, but there are provisions included to ensure that in terms of the time frame that will be set out within the Section 106 and the actual percentage of affordable.
Okay, thank you. And last question, people will be pleased to hear. Are we confident that we've done all we can to ensure connectivity with the district heat network in the future?
So as part of the design code, there's a requirement to provide safeguard space to the plant room, as well as a safeguarded pipe route from the plant room to the site boundary. in terms of the district heat network map, I'm sorry I haven't got the map in front, but the site is, it's very well positioned to connect up to this specific site. There's another data center development lower in Feltham near Plaintree Crescent, which is also another location, but this site here is optimally placed within the actual district heat network map to connect up once it does come online. And there are safeguards in terms of the Section 106 for district heat network connections in terms of specific requirements for pipe routing and safeguarding routes, and flexible conditions for providing plant equipment within the buildings in terms of a dual use, just to provide that flexibility in terms of looking at offsite provision or on-site provision. So it can be dialed up depending on the parameters. So it's an outline permission. So the development envelope can shift in terms of what the needs are for the data center operator when it comes on board. But those provisions are included within the conditions and the Section 106. But yeah, in terms of heat offtake and heat reuse, this is a unique opportunity to allow for that. The servers in data centers, they provide an exceptional amount of heat, up to 85 degrees. With, for example, the inclusion of a heat exchanger, it can bring it up to a suitable temperature where it can be exported, in the site and also within the local area and beyond into the grid. So again, achieving our objectives in terms of decarbonizing the grid and hopefully reducing energy bills. But yeah, this is another source, and we have other locations and nodes on the future district heat network, including Mogden and the other data centers in Feltham, which you can connect up to. So as as more funding becomes available and more stages of the heat network come online, it's a unique opportunity. But I won't go too much on commercial arrangements that will be subject to the Section 106. But in terms of where it's located, you can imagine there are lots of potential customers and residential properties where it can connect up to.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? No. Shall we move to debate? Councillor Dunn.
Yeah, I think it's a good application. It's a data center. We don't really like data centers. They're power hungry, they're water hungry, all these things. But they are national infrastructure. They're important infrastructure. We all use data. That's why we need data centers. It's an industrial land. It's not a great site at the moment. And there would be improvements made. There's obviously going to be the work units as well, which will allow for additional jobs. I think that is one of the things that the applicants changed in response to feedback from the council. That's my understanding. They'd previously planned more of like a data center on a park, which was very nice, but this is going to be a data center and some of the jobs, which is maybe better. And I think it said they had got the support of the school, which is good. They've obviously done their homework around power connections and things, and obviously it could be a big benefit to us if we do manage to plug it into our future heat network. So I move approval.
I'll second that.
Agree with that. Yeah. Okay, great. Should we vote then? All those in favour?
It's 13 votes for.
And those against?
That was carried by 13 to 1. Carried for approval.
Thank you. So item number 9, date of next meeting, 3rd of September. And yeah, thank you, committee members, and for those attending for your contributions, as well as any viewers on YouTube for watching. And with that, I will close the meeting and bid you good evening. Thank you.